All right, everyone, good morning. Thank you for being here for day 2 of our Conference Commission meeting. It is August 6th, 2026. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today for our California Commission retreat board meeting. It is August 6th, 2026. The time is 8:32 a.m. And I'd like to call the meeting to order. And Catherine, if you can please do roll call for us.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome everyone to the August 6, 2026 California Student Aid Commission Retreat. To access today's agenda, please visit our website at csac.ca.gov. Navigate to the About tab, select Commission from the left menu, and select Meeting Schedule and Materials. From there, you will find the meeting agenda in blue. Members of the public may comment on a specific agenda item as they are presented or during the public forum. In-person attendees at Cal State Los Angeles 5151 University Drive must complete a public comment card available at the table right here. Virtual attendees must use the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform. After each agenda item, individuals will be called to address the commission in the order the requests are received. We will begin with public comments after each item. A quick reminder that closed caption is available via Zoom platform. To enable, click the CC icon at the bottom. This concludes my remarks and we will begin with roll call. Chair Cifuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Cardosa.
Present.
Vice Chair Day.
Present.
Commissioner Dopplemore.
Present.
Commissioner Dowd. Commissioner Gary. Commissioner Haynes. Secretary Maxey.
Present.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Present.
Commissioner Robinson.
Present.
Commissioner Rodriguez. Commissioner Sarabia. Commissioner Valladolid. And Commissioner Vang. At this time, we have not met quorum. I will now turn it back to the chair.
I have a brief comment, Chair, before. Yes, I just want to note for the record that as we don't have a quorum, we can't take any action as a body. But it is expected we will have a quorum shortly.
Great, thank you so much. And just good morning, everyone. Thank you again for being here. Before we move on to item number 3, our commission closed session on personnel security and potential litigation. Closed session, I just want to say thank you to anyone who won't be joining us this afternoon. Thank you for yesterday, even from the Cal State Los Angeles team. We had a great day yesterday and so much going on in the campus. And just want to say thank you to Commissioner Day for all the extra work he did to host us. You've been an amazing host. I don't have to worry about anything. I've been like a princess, just walking around and food comes and tours come and tell people where the restroom is. And so I just want to say thank you so much for being so detailed and for taking care of us and for even got our stickers and slides. So I say thank you. At this time, we'll move on to item number 3, and I'll turn it over to our interim general counsel, Edmundo Aguilar.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to note for the record that we do have a quorum now, that Commissioner Gary is in attendance. And so we will be going to closed session under California Government Code Section 11126A. California Student Aid Commission hereby provides public notice that it may meet closed session regarding employment, evaluation, performance, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee in the report of Personnel Evaluation and Nominations Committee regarding the employment evaluation, performance, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee. For purposes of this notice, a public employee includes an individual exempt from civil service within the meaning of subdivision E of Section 4 of Article 7 of the California Constitution. In addition, under California Government Code Section 11126E1, the Commission may also meet in closed session regarding pending litigation as defined by subdivision E2BI. With that, I would ask the chair that we go into closed session.
Please, as we head to closed session, we're estimating approximately an hour, so maybe about 9:40. We'll be back for those of you joining us virtually and anyone here in person at Cal State Los Angeles. So we're estimating approximately an hour, but obviously we'll update everyone if we're getting a little bit longer. Thank you so much for moving to closed session. We're going to Go ahead and begin. I know, you got one. I think so, yes. Yeah, oh, she's 15. There it goes. All right, we're gonna go ahead and come back to our student aid commission meeting. We just returned from our item number 3, our commission closed session. At this time, I'm here to report that the commission has taken action to approve our executive director, Dr. Jason Gonzalez's evaluation from 2026 evaluation of firm, our confidence, our commitment to her and the work she's doing together along with our CSAC team. We always say it takes a team, and we know how strong the student information team is here together. So I know she would say over and over, she does not do this work alone. She does it together with the team. And so we're just excited and honored to continue that work in our partnership with Dr. Gonzalez. And I know later on today, we do have our speakers waiting for us, so we don't want to keep them waiting, but we'll give an opportunity later on for each of our commissioners to share some thoughts as well. At this time, we'll go ahead and ask for any public comment on this item.
Public comment for item 3, commission closed session is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at Cal State Los Angeles, 5151 University Drive, then move to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. With that, we have 0 public comments in Cal State Los Angeles. Moving on to virtual attendees. Please use the virtual hand feature to address the commission. You will be called and asked to unmute. At this time, we have 0 virtual comments. I will now turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kat. I think it's important that we discuss all the different items today, and it kind of leads into item number 4, Mark report. I'll keep it brief because I want to get to our speakers. I'm so excited for the presentations. But being someone that's in the trenches, one day I can be working with students, another day I can be working with the school district, or here today with all of you. Doing what's best for students isn't always easy, and it's the work that needs to be done. And every day I have to ask myself, is this what's best for the adults, or is this what's best for students? And I think I continue. I'm really big on numbers and data, and actions are so loud. I don't hear what you're saying. I was always tell our students, actions are so loud. I don't hear what you're telling me. The excuses you're making. We're right now 6th in the nation for financial aid applications. That's just FAFSA completion. If we were to throw our CADA numbers in there, we'd probably be number 1 or number 2 in the nation. I've met with at least, it's a be careful what you wish for. I've met with at least 10 agencies, 2 county offices to help them with CalKids, to help them understand what's available to them, because they always say, only Riverside County gets this. And I'm like, no, thanks to the Student Aid Commission. We've worked together with them, and the work that the team is doing here, you have access to this data. And I don't know the recent numbers, but we're talking thousands of more K-12 students are getting access to their CalKids and getting a message that I already have $500 waiting, plus $500 plus waiting for me. And so the work, when you look at the work we're doing here and the commission is doing here, and more importantly, the work Dr. Gonzalez and the team are doing, it's phenomenal for students. And I get to meet people that I've never met before, but now they've taken an interest. And going back to what some of you have shared yesterday and today, that people know who CSAC is. I have an elementary school principal that says, when am I gonna get my CSAC account? I said, hold on, she's working on it. They're working on it because they think CSAC's gonna be faster than the data I give them. But this principal, she's actually in Santa Clara County. And so she's waiting, she's excited, and you would hear that. You would hear an elementary school principal talking about CSAC. And so I want to close with, and before I turn it over to our executive director, just thank you for, you may not get to hear it, you may not get to see the story. Some of you got to see some of the students yesterday, but you've changed their lives. And I think that's the passion we have to have at this table. And sometimes it's hard, or sometimes it's more work on us to do these things for students. But they're here, they show up. Some of them, I don't even know how they showed up. Like if you know Crystal's story, you don't even know how that girl is even here. But she's here, so we owe it to her. And so I just want to say thank you for the work, thank you for the passion, thank you for our guests today that are going to speak and talk about all these, the call to action, the future, what the team is working on. And just the commitment to our students every day. If you're here today, I know it's not because this is a job, because if it's just a job, this isn't the table. This has to be part of in your mission, your work, your passion. I tell my husband all the time, it's not, you couldn't pay me enough to do what it feels to help Crystal, to help others. There's no amount of money you could give me to do that. So I just want to say thank you all of you for the work you do, and I'm excited for today, and I'll turn it over. I know we have to do public comment. I know we're trying to make sure we follow the rules. But I'll turn it over to Kat to do public comment on item number 4.
Thank you, Chair. Public comment item for number 4, Chair's report is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at Cal State Los Angeles, 5150 University Drive, then move to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. With that, we have 0 public comments in Cal State Los Angeles. We will now move to virtual attendees. Please use the virtual hand feature to address the commission. You will be called and asked to unmute. At this time, we have 0 public comments. Before I hand it over to the chair, please ensure that you use the microphone and speak clearly into the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kat. All right, so we'll move on to item number 5, our retreat goals, and I will turn it over to our executive director, Dr. Lisa Gonzalez. And I know so much time and thought has been put into this agenda for us today and yesterday, as we get prepared for our additional next steps for our students. So with that, I'll turn it over to our executive director.
Good morning, Commissioners, CSAC team, yes. I need you to settle in. It's gonna be a great day because we're at Cal State LA. And for those of you who joined us on day 1, thank you for being here. We do have slides, but we wanted to save tons of trees. It would have taken over 1,000 pages to print every single slide for us just for this meeting. We do have all the slides digitally, so if you are visual, we're happy to send those over. But we also just wanted to keep you engaged with the panelists that we have today. And then of course, as I'm walking through our context setting, I'm also catching up on time. So thank you for being here, Commissioners. I want to start off by just grounding us on student experience and ask the team to go to the next slide. Yesterday, I had a chance to meet Lexi and Ashley and Enrique and Jesus and all the ASI leaders who sat with us during the lunch break and gave us a tour. But I also want to thank the entire team here at Cal State LA, Linda, who runs the financial aid office, Melissa, who runs Vice Chair Day's life, made all of this possible today. Giselle, who is the council here at Cal State LA, who had a chance to meet. Those are the folks on the ground that we came to build relationships with, to nurture and to grow and to tell them, thank you for your work. But yesterday I also heard something really powerful, and I was on my phone trying to capture it as fast as I could. And it was Jeffrey. If you recall, this is the gentleman who is a successful Cal State LA graduate, is about to start a PhD, and he also shared with us that he was that California Dream Act application student that we helped. But what's even more important is what he said. The work of CSAC restores the humanity and agency that too many of us who cannot get it anywhere else have a fighting chance. Your work changes lives.
Yep.
Yeah. We're gonna hire him, yeah, that's it. I know many of you knew this, right? That you're changing lives, but it's so different when you meet a student in person and then you see his dedication. One-on-one, he then came and shared his passion to come back, build an entire generation of students that believe in higher ed. He actually does mentoring. He is for hire, by the way, he's a contractor. And he built successful pathways for undocumented students. That is what you do here. That is what we mean by changing an entire generation, an entire family, an entire community. And dare we say it, inspiring an entire state just by meeting Jeffrey yesterday. And so for me, this retreat is very intentional because we started something really big last year. If we could go to the next slide. We dreamt so big that we said we want to go from limited impact to a maximum impact, meaning let's not run programs that only serve 40 students. We want to run programs that serve every student that needs us. Let's stop running disconnected efforts. We've got to connect them. This all has to be integrated in the state of California. We also said we don't just want to be effective or expert program implementers. We want to be program innovators. We want to be a part of the conversation. We want to review our data and understand where higher education is leading the way and where we have to catch up. We also said, wait a minute, we've got to stop running programs that are one-time funded, and we've got to advocate for the on-ramp. Sometimes programs can be one-time funded, but we've got to figure out how to help that same student, because year to year, the sustainability of financial aid is what gets a student to that finish line. And very important for me, because this is at the heart of why I wake up every morning, how we go from being institution-centered to student-centered, which really was about culture, a culture shift in financial aid in this state. But I know this all looks hard and difficult to understand, so I like to simplify things. I'm gonna ask the team to click twice. And I really like cartoons, so we're gonna start here. You know, on the left side, what we're really saying is what we already all know, right? You've all heard the saying, if nothing changes, nothing changes. We could keep rolling around in circles, right? And we keep doing the same thing. On the right side is the possibility, our mindset shift. And boy, is it a hard journey. Some of us are doing cartwheels. Some of us are climbing mountains, maybe falling on our heads. But at the end of that journey, the goal is that we come out stronger. So you see the little bubble saying, stop, look back, notice how much braver you've become. And I see that in our work, but we have a long way to go still. Next slide, please. Also, you should be very glad I am not an artist, because everything would be a statement. So we've come a really long way, and I have some really good news. You've seen this in your impact report, which you have in front of you. I want to thank Nikki and Shelveen, the team, Jason, who made it possible for us to have an impact report after a year of implementation. So this is not new, but what is very important and valuable for us to see is not only are we headed in the right direction, but we now have markers that this vision, this work, this hard work of maybe doing some, tumbling and climbing mountains is working. We are seeing glimmers of what change could look like. The good news too, next slide, is that we have a long way to go. And for that, we need help. So today's goals and the journey that we're about to go through and the partners that are here presenting today, we're headed from dreaming to learning and action. And that was very intentional, picking 3 themes. We started our learning yesterday at Cal State LA. Today we're dreaming about what it could look like for us to lead Cal Grant reform, especially starting this work next year with intentionality for the state of California. We're going to spend some time learning about new enrollment, direct admissions. We're going to spend some time in action because we have all been delegated a new role to advance workforce Pell in the state and to think about the connections between Cal Grant C and workforce Pell. Why? So that we could create a new pathway for adult learners in the state. So we have been invited to that table, and now we have to deliver. Next slide. The good news is today we have some really intentional time, and so there are 3 goals that have been set. We have the same mission, and so we always keep that front and center. It is our North Star. Our job, our vision, is to promote educational equity by making post-secondary education affordable for all Californians. So today we're expanding our awareness of the impact of the work that we said we were going to do, and that's the CSAC Student Success Blueprint, but really deeply understanding how do we accelerate this. And I know that may make some people uncomfortable, but acceleration is not bad. Acceleration helps us get more precise for the people that need us the most. It also means that we look back and we ask ourselves, are we being student-centered? And how do we design with that in mind by learning? So we are going to pause and learn about statewide innovations and ask ourselves, what can we learn from these folks? And how do we help them with their innovation? Because their innovation achieves the same mission, student success at scale. And lastly, we're going to nurture those relationships. It's why we spent the day here yesterday. It's also why our partners are here. They serve the same students that we are seeking to serve. So these are our 3 goals and objectives for today's retreat. Next slide. The good news is you have the same 3 goals. Our vision has not changed, our mission has not changed, and we have 3 equity goals: equitable access, equitable support, and equitable success. And as we implement, I'm really excited about next year. So I want to show you the next slide. I know it's gonna be a great year because my team has been working incredibly hard. And some of the biggest wins are really our ability to reach many more Jeffries. And in this year's budget session, you saw an increase of Pell Grant awards being funded. That's because of projections, right? With more applications, you're more likely to serve many more students. That projection is now 547,595 students. And those are the estimates that we gave to the Department of Finance. We were also, because of the support of leaders in the state, like President Keith Curry, Chancellor Greg Smith, who's here with you guys, Chancellor Diana Rodriguez, made it possible to expand transfer entitlement to the age of 30. Again, testing out what is the right number when we have that North Star of saying age should not be a barrier. That's 1,100 students annually. So if we are successful, those community college students will enter UC, CSU, and receive a Cal Grant transfer entitlement. We have also been delegated a new program, Workforce Pell, as I mentioned. And if we build this engine right, we will be creating a whole new pathway for adult learners in the state, the 6.9 million adult learners. It will take a long journey, but we're just getting started. And then you all know that we've had a program, a very successful program, where over 93% of the students that actually get the Golden State Teacher Grant Program actually serve in a Title I institution. So they do exactly what they said they were going to do. They are serving the neediest K-12 school sites in this state. 973 students with the ongoing funding that has been provided to that program. This was a program that was already set to sunset, which meant that we would not have been able to administer the program. But 973 future teachers in our classrooms. This is the work that gets me to wake up in the morning. It's what helps my team stay motivated, but it's also only the beginning, which is why I want to go to the next slide. I heard the chair say all gas, no brakes, like 5 times yesterday. And this is where the team is headed. You're gonna hear about it, but what I want you to actually see, again with the stick figures on the side, really glad I'm not an artist. We have a very clear vision, a very clear strategy, and our strategy has to shift, right? This is gonna change depending on what's happening externally, state, federal, but we carry the culture. We also very clearly carry our purpose. And many of us have different things to add and contribute to this journey. But what you're seeing on this slide is every single person who contributed to making sure that by June 30th, high school students in the class of 2026 could break a whole new record. They're up to 73% now. And I think we can get to 74 by the September 2nd deadline. But that's the work of our COSOPs, the RCOs, Nikki, Tay, Leslie. I'm not even mentioning everyone, but most importantly, our counselors and our institutional financial aid officers who are doing the work and the outreach and reminding students and their parents. On here, you're also going to hear today about our partnership with CASFA to launch professional development. It's really the other side of financial literacy, where you have to empower the entire set of financial aid officers and provide the resources that they need, because financial aid shifts and changes all the time. That's the work of Leslie and Tay and Dora and entire team to make sure that we could get there as quickly as we can. And I could go on, but I want to highlight the Dreamer Service Incentive Grant Program, because this was a program that in many ways was serving one of the most vulnerable populations in our state. And we knew we needed to figure out how we could run it in a student-centered way. And Catalina and Libby, the entire GSTG team, have thought this through, from thinking about how the regulations work in the state, how we automate it through our technology. And I want to thank them for their leadership and their vision. And of course, later on, you're going to hear about all the other things on this slide. But what I want to make sure you hear out loud is the work doesn't happen alone. I could go on and on about how this entire team has led to this work, but there are also external leaders who are also leading the way in informing our work, which is almost one of my last slides. So the last slide, please. These are the courageous leaders that are joining us today who are going to be presenting to you. Yes, thank you to Commissioner Ferguson, our Vice Chair Gay, our Chair Catalina Cifuentes, who had additional work prepared for this retreat. But we also have our colleagues from Metros West. Thank you, Cabria, newly minted, Dr. Jaime Ramirez Mendoza, Denise Luna from Metros West. We're gonna help us learn about enrollment. I also want to thank Chancellor Greg Smith, who was an incredible partner for us when we were thinking about transfer entitlement and Cal Grant C modernization. And I'm really excited for him to speak to us about his vision for his community and how we can help him. An entire team behind the scenes thinking about workforce Pell, so a really big thank you to Vice Chancellor Anthony Cordova, our colleagues at Santa Ana College, our student Ivan Trujillo, and then of course the Department of Finance, Anita Lee, and our colleagues at C2C who will be presenting to you on workforce Pell. I also want to acknowledge April Gromo, Dr. Gromo from the CSAC Chancellor's Office, who has been leading and innovating on direct admissions here in the state of California and planting the seed from one campus and working with our chair to how we can expand this statewide. And so I'm really excited to hear from all of them. You're going to start off your day by hearing from President Jesse Ryan of the Campaign for College Opportunity, a national figure who has been leading transformational change from expediting transfer in multiple ways, IGETC, ADT, to thinking about remedial education in the state, SATs, how we can remove as many barriers as we can for students. But what I really enjoy about working with Jessie is how she centers equity in everything that she does. And on the right side, you see the entire CSAC team who made this work possible. And so I want to just pause and ask you to recognize the team who has spent several months preparing for this retreat. So thank you. Before we get to hear from President Jesse Ryan in our next item, I just want to read the quote out loud. And as you can imagine, affirmations and reflection, I'm really big on that stuff. But I asked the team to put all these pictures on there. And then I said, yes, we're going to call it courageous leadership and transformational change, because that's what these people are. And I want to find a quote, and this is the one that I found. Courageous leadership is choosing what's right for the future over what's easy for today. And I want us to hold on to that. Because sometimes easy makes us feel really comfortable and feels like super safe. But we can't lose sight of the future. And when we think about the future, then it becomes crystal clear. Those are our students. One of my mentors who I lost 2 years ago would always say, she would always say a quote from Neil Postman. And he would say, children are a message that you send to a future that you may never see in your lifetime. So next slide. I also want to acknowledge our statewide implementation work group, also a group of courageous leaders. So when we say we're going to reach 74%, it's these people. These people made it happen. And in many ways, half of them are the same people from last year who said, yes, please add me to the statewide work group. I want to serve again. So some of them are here today, and I just want to recognize them publicly and say thank you for their work. Now, I want to head into item 6. But I know Kat is going to remind me if I don't do it. You have a folder in front of you. In that folder, I want you to find one thing. If we go to the last slide. So the team thought we could do engagement in a very different way today. Not only do you have your impact report, your agenda, I want you to find that bingo card from the slide.
What's the prize?
The prize is student success. The team, one of the things that they noticed as we were preparing for the retreat is we were trying to capture every student population that we serve. And could we do that in every single item? And the truth is, we have less than a day. So we really targeted as much as we could, talking about cabinet reform, adult learners, really focusing in on the innovations that serve. And then they came up with this game. This is so that you can all stay engaged. And the end goal is we want to read out loud our mission and call out each of the students that we have not named today. Why? Because our mission is so diverse and every single student that we serve is important. And we want to have that message be loud and clear. So there are instructions in front of you. What I wanna make clear is when you think you finally have met all of them and filled in your free space is that student that we have still not named. But you know that student is important and we need to say it out loud. Then you ask the chair for recognition, you read out the mission statement of the commission, and then you've got to name every single student that you've heard out loud, including the extra space. Any questions?
Yes.
You're awake now. All right, so you're awake. With that, I wanna ask our panelists to come on up while we get situated with our next item. Thank you, commissioners. I please see.
Yes, please, we can get public comment on, item number 5 here by our speaker come up.
Thank you. Public comment for item 5 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at Cal State Los Angeles, 5150 University Drive, then move to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. With that, we have 0 public comments in Cal State Los Angeles. Moving on to virtual attendees, please use the virtual hand feature to address the commission. You will be called and asked to unmute. At this time, we have 0 virtual comments. I will now hand it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're now moving on to item number 6. It's call to action, low-income California students need Cal Grant reform. We have multiple speakers on this item, and I'm to kind of just share a little bit about the why. And I want to say thank you for being patient with us. I know we're a little bit behind, but thank you so much for waiting for us, and Desi for being here to share and all your wisdom and all your expertise. So we'll go ahead and get started. But before we do that, I think when I first joined the commission, I'm learning so much, and it was all new to me and the process. And I remember, obviously, the only one commissioner that are allowed when I first joined was Commissioner Massey, all new commissioners now. But I remember this was always the conversation, like this was our North Star, this program. And I didn't even think, you just accept the system, you don't even think that there's an opportunity to change it, being someone that has to work and navigate the system every day with students. And I think that's what we've kind of done, we've just accepted the system, and we've accepted the fact that every single time I have to talk to students, and I talk about financial aid, I have to explain the difference between the different counties. Every single time, I have 2 Boston students that would like to go to California Baptist University. And I have to explain to them and their counselors, well, could we close the gap? If they get the 3.9, they'll get a presidential scholarship, and then they'll get a Cal Grant A, well, why don't I get a B? When we get an A, because that's more money every single time. And I think I've been doing this over 20 years and I just accepted. And so many of us said that's just what we do. And we heard yesterday that the fact that we have that is part of the problem. They don't know what will happen depending on where they'll go. And I think that, we have to explain it, but there's not that many of Deborah's and Carolina's and others that we do that. And some just don't know because they don't understand the system. And so I feel never more, like Dr. Gonzalez started, this is the year that we can look at this and we can strive for it and we can try to push and get others to understand. Simplifying, reforming this will transform lives, because they may not have that counselor, they may not have that. I've experienced that with some private school students that even though they go to private school and they get a full tuition scholarship because they're low income, no one's explaining to them this process. I even had help private schools even just submit Cal Grant GPAs because they weren't doing it because we don't have those kids. The bulk of the students at private school maybe, but there are a few that you took on scholarship and they need that Cal Grant GPA. So I could go on and on of all the barriers that I've seen or the students, but I think I'm excited for this part of the conversation and for us, I'll turn to Dr. Gonzalez to add a little bit more detail. This is one of those things that how much longer do we continue to accept the system that we've had in place, and a system that I will share, I'm beyond grateful for. I'm here because of Cal Grant. I'm here today because of Cal Grant, so please don't take it as not being appreciative. But it's systematic programmatic pieces that could be better for students. So with that, I'll turn it over to our executive director.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Commissioners, I invited President Jesse Ryan to start off the presentation intentionally. She's someone that can talk to you about structures, how we connect this to national and state movements and shifts, and how we can really think about our role, not just in leading the efforts, but in working with external partners so that we can get there. This is not new to CSAC and it's not new to the campaign. So we're excited to hear from her. After that, you're gonna hear a presentation from the CSAC team. And then I want you to know what's happening on the ground. And so we will close up this item with Chancellor Greg Smith.
Wonderful, thank you so much. I just want to start by appreciating Dr. Gonzalez for sharing such a beautiful and grounding quote to open up today's conversation and bringing the remarkable Delane Easton into this space as a true revolutionary, centering students in everything she did throughout her career. I also want to say that the reflections related to the transformative power of financial aid are real, and they're also deeply personal for me. I have the distinct pleasure of being the president of the Campaign for College Opportunity, but not so many years ago, I was one of those students, first in my family to attend college, struggling with housing and food insecurity. And had it not been for Cal Grant, I don't know that I would be here today. And so a direct beneficiary of financial aid investment. And yet we know that despite the transformative power of financial aid, it is not reaching its full potential in meeting the needs of today's students. And to Catalina's earlier points, for too long, we have accepted a system that was designed around institutions and workable solutions that weren't centered in the student experience in such a way that truly addressed the unmet need necessary to revolutionize financial aid for millions of California students. I want to talk to you today in the brief time that I have about a few of the opportunities on the horizon and the considerations as we tackle this next iteration of very difficult financial aid reform. I think it is important to recognize that we have seen some gains, and I want to thank you to the commissioners for your leadership and your steadfast commitment to this end. And we've also encountered significant hurdles. We've encountered revenues that have not materialized in the way that we would hope to institute a wholesale vision for financial aid reform in California. And nobody knows this better than Chris Ferguson. I remember many years ago, as we were first iterating the ideas of changing our financial aid systems and structures to better meet the needs of students, really talking about what that could look like with existing fiscal constraints. But I want to step back for a minute. I recently had my own board retreat at the Campaign for College Opportunity, and we talked a lot about two key higher ed shifts that we have to acknowledge and how they are inextricably linked with the future opportunity of Californians in California. We know that we have talked for many years about financial aid as one of the greatest equalizers, one of the greatest opportunities for ensuring and actualizing racial equity in higher education. And yet what we're seeing is a shift to financial aid also as one of the most powerful tools for the upward economic mobility trajectory necessary to instill confidence in students and families that their degree will actually be met with a meaningful end that will lead to lifetime prosperity. And so I want to talk a little bit more about that. I also want to come back to two things that Dr. Gonzalez said and Catalina said in their opening remarks, which is this idea that you have doubled down on a commitment to integrated reforms and to a shift from institutional focus to student-centered design. I think that those are two of the most important focal areas and priorities that the commission could be entered in moving forward. And yet I would argue that in this guise of financial aid modernization and meeting the needs of today's students, we need to go even further. When we talk about integrated reforms versus standalone reform, I would also say we have to come to a place where we have integrated strategies, where we are bringing together all of the stakeholders so that we are not speaking at cross purposes, but with an aligned voice and a vision for how this work can unfold. You may know our board chair who leads Consumnes River College, Dr. Ed Bush. Dr. Ed Bush said one of the most important things we can be doing as leaders in these spaces is freedom dreaming, even amidst resource constraints. And so I hope what you'll walk away from these conversations with over the course of the day is a sense of freedom dreaming, not just for what it would mean to operationalize the vision of Cal Grant equity framework, but freedom dreaming even bigger for what it would take to operationalize a vision in which all Californians with unmet needs, particularly our lowest income students, have an opportunity to access college, to be supported at every step of their educational journey, and to complete college entering a living wage job that leads to a durable degree. So that takes me to the first shift that we're seeing right now in higher education and the opportunity we have before us as we talk about this next iteration of financial aid modernization in California. We know that we have a very different student today than the students that the master plan first designed for. We have a different student experience that is not necessarily linear, that often incorporates students balancing work, sometimes multiple jobs, older students, reentering students, students who are parenting students, and students who are looking to ensure that not just access is celebrated, but that our institutions are putting them on a pathway to a better life. And that means aligning with workforce in a more meaningful way than we've ever seen before. You've talked a little bit about the work you're doing around workforce Pell, and there is an incredible opportunity there. But I also think that we have before us an opportunity, if we believe that our racial equity imperative and our economic justice imperative are interlinked, to really do more to integrate financial aid reform and financial aid modernization in a pathways framework that I believe the state and our next leadership will be leaning into. Well, what does that mean? We're talking a lot about not just financial aid as a gateway to opportunity for college, but we also need to be talking about financial aid as a pathway to ensure college preparation, to ensure access, to ensure progression, and to ensure completion, as well as alignment with those durable careers. To do that, we have to ensure that we are de-siloing in a way that we have not in California for many years. That means gone are the days of the standalone conversations between equity advocacy organizations and education institutional leaders. Gone are the days where we are siloing our student aid commission from our leadership at the Board of Governors level, the regents level, the trustees level. Gone are the days that we are disconnected from our K-12 system versus looking to be integrated partners in a reform agenda that anchors financial aid as a pathway to success and economic prosperity. We have an opportunity before us that we haven't had in recent years through the California Education Interagency Council. And I do believe as they will be charged with delivering a strategic plan to policymakers in the next 2 years, we can anchor an affordability agenda that fully integrates this work and that sees this work in that pathways framework that I just discussed. We also know that we must celebrate the incremental progress and victories, and so very grateful to see the successful advocacy around the transfer entitlement grant and what it will mean to raise that age cap. I would argue the dream would be if we step away from the constraints of a vision of what is only manageable, but talk about what is possible to redesign our system to meet the needs of today's students. We would reach for removal of an age cap entirely, recognizing that one of the greatest shifts that we're seeing right now in post-secondary education is this low-hanging fruit of more than 6 million Californians that have some college no degree. We can talk about transfer pathways, and at the end of the day, the campaign has dedicated nearly 2 decades of our advocacy efforts to strengthening and streamlining transfer pathways. We want it to be expected, and so the financial aid advocacy to that end is absolutely critical. It should not be left to luck. We have seen some significant changes that have allowed improvements. We are now at 650,000 students who have earned an associate degree for transfer, with the largest beneficiary being Latinx students. We are also seeing, as Dr. Gonzalez spoke to, the integration of a singular GE education pathway, the CalGETC, in a way that allows us to tackle in a much more intentional manner dual enrollment. If we're thinking about dual enrollment as an equity lever and a leg up on college access and aligned with a pathways framework for financial aid, we can and should absolutely be focused on dual enrollment pathways versus standalone courses, and the ADT and CalGETC should be embedded in that to maximize a student's likelihood of success. And I want to just circle back on this idea of having 6 million Californians with some college no degree. You might have recently read the College Futures Foundation report done in conjunction with Georgetown. What they found is that if we were to equitably meet the 70% attainment goal set out by our governor, we would see a $4.4 trillion economic return for the state of California. If we were able to tap into 1 million students with some college no degree, I mean, the equity implications would be significant. The financial implications for students, for families, and the state would be significant. But I would argue, as we look at that through the lens of a financial aid strategy, we would also be able to actualize a 2-generation play, where in offering financial aid to students who had some college no degree that are going to be those older students, we're not just preparing those families for greater prosperity and ensuring that we are meeting our moral imperative to that promise of a better life, but we're also changing the trajectory of the lives of their children in leaning into ensuring that we're translating that some college population to completers. And I'm excited about the potential to do more work around financial aid modernization to that end. I also want to just say that as we celebrate things like having the opportunity to see that age cap lifted to 30 for our transfer entitlement award grantees, we also have this opportunity to say, what would it look like to more comprehensively embracing that approach of incremental but significant reform, develop a multi-year student-centered integrated reform strategy that our next governor could take and run with. And I want to pause for a moment on that, because we've talked about shifts in higher ed and financial aid conversation related to shifting the narrative from the racial equity imperative to the economic mobility imperative, which again are interlinked. But what we haven't talked about is the fact that we have before us the opportunity to have new leadership that could embrace this in a way that is courageous, forward-looking and freedom dreaming, to Dr. Bush's point, in a way that we have not seen in recent years. When I deconstruct some of the challenges we've had in really turning the vision of Cal Grant reform into action and the Cal Grant equity framework, we've been up against resource constraints, as we know too well. We've been up against competing priorities, and yet at the same time, we were unsuccessful in adopting wholesale reform to that end. We saw that strategic and intentional efforts to parse out investment in targeted student populations actually did cross that finish line and receive investment. One such example was the expansion of our commitments to our foster students and the expansion of middle class scholarship initiative. Now, I share this because we will not have more resources in the coming years, but what we will have is likely our first Latino governor in modern history who cares deeply about affordability, who cares deeply about removing existing financial burdens, and who doesn't understand why the system remains so complex and to the detriment of students and families trying to navigate something that is supposed to open up a world of opportunity. So with that, what I hope the commission will do, and I'm looking forward to taking questions, and then I actually also have a few questions for you. What I'm hoping that the commission will do is lean into an opportunity to develop a multi-year financial aid modernization strategy that looks at where we succeeded and where we fell short with Cal Grant reform and really anchors the work moving forward over the next 4 to 8 years, recognizing that we might have our next governor for 8 years, with an agenda that allows us to see significant gains, incremental gains baked into as we're trying to identify dedicated resources, and to dream bigger in a way that really recognizes the needs of today's students. And finally, before I hear from you, I do want to share, as I come back to the opportunities to innovate and to align financial aid and financial aid as a pathway to preparation, retention, completion, and good jobs. I also think about the opportunity for financial aid modernization to do some deep and difficult work around not just informing our budget investments, but also identifying areas where we could shift existing resources to better meet the needs of our lowest income students, which should always be our top priority. To do that, I believe one of the key next steps, and we've been fortunate to be a partner with the California Student Aid Commission for many years on everything from FAFSA for All to emergency grants to ensuring that we are meeting the needs of our undocumented students across the state of California. Now we have before us an opportunity to say, we might not have our next governor embrace a framework that is named what it was under a past administration that was put into statute and never funded alongside that commitment. But how can we take the principles developed in that idea of revolutionizing our financial aid system and Cal Grant to better meet the needs of students and package it in such a way that will allow our next governor, our next lieutenant governor, our policymakers, and the other shifting leadership that we're seeing in our governing boards to embrace this is part of a comprehensive agenda, not just to ensure that we are making college more affordable, but that college affordability is a bedrock of any policymaker platform. And with that bedrock, that we are making the difficult decisions to reinvest. And we're doing that in partnership across stakeholder groups. And I would hope that we would start by doing that in bringing all of our education equity allies, our key partners from our systems, our key leaders from our student associations, our trustees, our commissioners, our regents, and our board of governors together to say, What are the unique assets that we each possess? What are the areas that we have alignment on already? And where could we dream bigger with students at the center of that design and advance a shared agenda in which we are recalibrating and collaborating at a deeper level? Because we will not have more resources. And I believe our collective power will be in our ability to mobilize across these groups with a shared vision and a shared agenda over the coming years.
At this time, we'll go ahead and open up. I was gonna say just, yeah, I think they got a bingo card here. Sorry. There's like 1 or 2 minutes, but we're almost there. Okay, this time I'll open up to any of our commissioners who may have questions.
And I have a couple questions for you too. Go for it, please. I love it. Wonderful. So I've had a chance to work with several of you in this room in various roles. And I really would love to talk about, as you think about the fiscal constraints, the leadership changes, but also the needs of our students, what you think the greatest opportunity is over the course of these next few years to meet unmet need for students and to advance a comprehensive vision for financial aid modernization. And my second piece to that is, so what is the opportunity that you see before us, having held this unique vantage point? And the second question I have for you is really, where do you see the partnership with entities like the Campaign for College Opportunity is being critical to accelerating that work?
Our commissioners, please.
Yeah, I'm. There are microphone. Oh, we're good? Okay, so I think there are a few things, and we've worked, over the years very closely on reform. And I think what we need to really focus on is, one, understanding that we're in a world of constraint across all of the budget areas. So oftentimes we focus on this commission specifically on financial aid, on higher education, on connections with our K-12 partners. We think of it as one system of education. But within the overall state budget, we also have to take into consideration, well, what are those health and human services needs? What are our public safety needs? What are, the needs of climate resilience in the state? And as we think about reform, we should think about it within the context of, how do we integrate those other programs? So how do we integrate student access? And we've done a lot of this work now to CalFresh. How do we integrate access to make sure that any student that is eligible for, say, Medi-Cal is able to sign up easily and get access to that assistance? How do we feed in that global network of available programming to help in any way possible address that student's overall cost of attendance need? And it's not easy because we have so many programs in the state across the different areas. But I do think, as part of that reform, if we can think through how do we address student need by bringing in these other opportunities, that is certainly an important factor, and it helps address the broader need of, when we have resource constraints, how can we show not only are we addressing students' needs, but we're also addressing these other needs at the same time, and connecting students to all programs that may be available, especially those that might be federally funded, because they're a bit easier to adjust on the caseload. But I think the other thing that we have to think through, and I appreciate your perspective immensely here, is the transition plan. How do we get from the start to the finish? Oftentimes in major state reform, that's the hardest piece or the missing link. We know what the vision is, we know how to get to our goal, we know where we're at today, but it's figuring out how you go from point A to point B to make it happen and make it a reality. And our students are going to be facing that too as we look at reform. They'll better know what today's system is. Our advisors will be able to say how it works today, but we'll need to empower our advisors to say, and here's how it's going to work next year and the year after, and the year after that. Students need to be able to plan. And that planning is critically important. We've talked about it many times. And then I think that the last part of reform really is, you know, to your broader point, thinking of it as one system of education, because there are multiple ways to address affordability. Are we focused on student success from high school, early K-12, you know, early elementary school, all the way through, you know, to a potential PhD?
Yeah.
Right? How do we address and streamline that need for that student so that, you know, if it is a 2-year program, a 4-year program, an 8-year program, whatever it is, they're able to see the resources at the time they need to complete timely too. And provide those opportunities, knowing that not every student is coming from the same background. And then, of course, my last piece of advice would be, as we think about it, is we shouldn't think of it from the perspective of trying to educate students as to how the state system works or how the program works. We should think of it from that end user goal of what do they need to know to make the decisions that they need to make. So they don't need to know how the money flows from the state to the institution to them. What they need to know is on this date, that's when the resources will be there, and that's when I'll be able to pay the rent, or that's when I'll be able to cover tuition. Or let's say, like on this campus, there's an emergency grant program. They know exactly where to go and when to go and when they can access it at the right time. So, you know, that would just be sort of my frame of thought. Because oftentimes we get back to these systemic issues of how do we focus on success? How do we make sure you know exactly what you need to know when you need to know it? How can you plan? And of course, then from that state perspective, how can you afford to do it within just the global context? Because if you're, you know, a state policymaker, you're faced with that critical decision for your community of how do I address the broad needs of my community? And this is one aspect. But, you know, as we've heard from our students and from our parents and our communities, you know, this is part of addressing it. So we can get there and we can do it. And we can figure it out and we can make it integrated. We can make it affordable. That can be done.
I love your comments, Commissioner Ferguson, and yes, conversations we've had over 20 years probably. I also think that we need to acknowledge that there has been a resurgence around the conversation of return on investment. So to the extent that we are able to offer those integrated supports, how are we even capturing the data to demonstrate the value of integration of those supports in a way that when we're competing for limited resources can make the case for the return? And I think that that will continue to be a piece of the conversation moving forward. I do want to also touch upon, because Commissioner Ferguson talked about, you know, time to degree and total cost of attendance. In some ways, many of us, including, you know, the commission and others in this room, did deep work around narrative on time to degree and total cost of attendance years ago. And then we left that work. The reality is we have re-education that needs to happen around how time to degree and total cost of attendance factor into a comprehensive financial aid modernization agenda. Especially as I speak with new policymakers and brief our potential lieutenant governor and governor, you know, this is terminology that isn't part of their vernacular. And so we have to really take the steps back as content experts and people who have lived in these spaces and figure out how do we translate it for the leaders who will be charged with taking up this work in the same way we are committing to translating it for the student and families so that we're demystifying the process and centralizing the process.
So yesterday, good to see you again, so good seeing your comments. Yesterday we had the privilege of having a presentation from Dr. Ward at Strata. We talked about the transparency initiative, and so I'm glad you talked about the narrative, right? Because what we heard from there were a lot of takeaways, and we had access to the report. Look forward to doing a deeper dive, but really what we heard was there's still a lot of misperceptions from students and families about the cost of education. Absolutely. They feel like, what struck me, and I took a snapshot and sent it to my team. I was like, the image or the percentage of students and parents and just the public in general who think
colleges are here to make money versus colleges are, their priority is to educate students.
Yes.
Right, that's an issue, and so I think, but what I also heard was students need simplified messaging, accurate as possible messaging. And then transparency really was, was the big takeaway, and so when I think about what we can do with our partners, so much of that falls on how are we getting the message out, right? How are students, parents receiving the information and from where? And it's so complex, and so how do we help digest?
Yes.
And translate, right, to them what at the end of the day it means, because there are still so many misperceptions, like they think it's so expensive.
Yeah.
And so out of their reach. And even, I mean, he said, even when given a calculator and was shown to help, to make a point, they still believe like that was still someone else's reality, not their own.
Mhm.
And so I think that's how we can, definitely partner together to make sure that students understand, and parents, right, and families understand.
I love
we
that
offer.
reflection, and I think unfortunately with the federal narrative and attacks on post-secondary education, it is further exasperating the, concern related to the value prospect of higher education. I recently had a wonderful narrative conversation with one of the narrative leaders in the country, and she really talked about is not just simplifying language in a way that resonates with different audiences, but also recognizing that the only way we reframe and break through is if we double down on a hope narrative that people can believe in, be inspired by, and buy into, that really is a counterbalance to the fear narrative that potentially is pushing students and families away from institutions or making them feel that it's not just affordable, but that they don't belong.
I wanted to just add on to one of the questions you had for us, and then we're gonna move on to our speakers, but you're staying with us,
Yes, of
our
course.
conversation. When you asked, how do I help? And I think one thing you've always been phenomenal at doing is just having that big overarching global perspective of what else is there. We talked about that return on investment. That's where I go to, and I know Commissioner Ferris is gonna be like, oh, no, this is much deeper than that budget wise, but here's my thought process when I look at it. I was like, where we can find these resources, right? And so you all met Crystal yesterday. In order, before Patrick Day, this team saved the day to get her here to Cal State LA, we were navigating with Department of Social Services because they have a little bit of money that they're given to be able to help pay for this enrollment fees for her. And that kind of led to our whole bill of AB 2768. But in order for us to access those fees, we had to go see a judge. And the judge has to approve to say you can spend $700 for Crystal's housing deposit. That's how we're working as a state. So you got DPSS has a little bit of money, but they gotta see a judge, and now the judge is getting paid. I mean, I could go on and on the layers, and so I feel like and you don't see it that, it looks like a DPSS budget for operational, but that's also used for higher ed, right? And so I think there's all these different pieces in our state that affect this conversation, and it's like, well, if we took care of this, maybe DPSS doesn't need all that resources because it goes here, it goes to institutions. And so I think it's a big, and almost a major analysis of all these different touch points. And
How do we inventory all of that?
exactly, how do we inventory all these different pieces to show that if we thought about it differently, if we took the system away, they no longer have to go to the judge. Everyone, they have to see a judge. I'm not kidding you. We were gonna go see a judge to plead a case, so the judge can tell DPSS they're allowed to spend that kind of money for her to come here. I think of that, and I think of, my county alone, we've reduced in Riverside County, the juvenile felony arrest rate. Yet the budget for the juvenile halls in my county have not changed at all, right? And so I'm not saying that we don't defund or anything like that, but can we think of that system differently as well? Because, and all we did, everyone, was raise expectations and rigor for students. Students in my county, they're less likely to get arrested for felony arrest than any other large county in the state of California. Yes, San Diego, Riverside, Riverside is big, San Diego, Orange County, Los Angeles, everybody. You wouldn't think that, you're thinking the Inland Empire. I'm telling you, that's what schools transform communities. And I don't think we touch on those pieces of pockets of resources
Yeah.
that, hey, we've taken care of that. Where's those resources? How can we rethink it? So I know it's a bigger conversation, but I think if there's any team partners that can help us look at that, and maybe we can't do them all at once, but we start even as simple as Department of Social Services.
Yes.
Like, how do we look at finding, so when they say we don't have the money, it lives in different places within a bigger system that's broken.
Those are beautiful points, Commissioner. And I also would say that when instituting those kinds of evidence-based changes, how are we quantifying the savings and then reinvesting them in supports that allow the student to take that next step towards lifetime prosperity?
I mean, if we were to just to find a way, how many judges in California had to meet to approve higher education expenses times what they made daily or hourly? I mean, that's what I'm saying, there's just bigger systems within these different groups on this bingo card, right? Different students on this card that are in place. So, okay, thank you. And
Thank
anything with
you.
that,
Yeah.
if I may, Chairman, I have a question. I'll go through that and then we'll move on to our speakers.
Yes, and it'll be really briefly. So I think, because you mentioned with the new incoming administration,
Yeah.
I think that we have an opportunity within the state for all the stakeholders, all the different agencies, all the community-based organizations, all the different segments involved.
Yeah.
Have everyone look at the role that they play and the impact that they have on this larger conversation.
Yeah.
And then I want to say, I think being in alignment
Yes.
to be an advocate and support the greater mission.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to tell you, what I love about what you're saying is, I think there are unique expertise and skills that each of these different groups bring. And so how are we even doing a landscape analysis so that we're not replicating, right? We're aligned on the agenda, but we're leveraging the best pieces of all of these different entities and agencies, nonprofits, partners, advocates. I love that. And I think that that also gives our next leadership the backing to make difficult and, I would argue, sometimes courageous decisions that we haven't seen in years past.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're gonna go ahead and bring up our next three speakers. Dr. Jessica Malta from our Research Analysis and Program Innovation Division, our Deputy Director. Also Martin Louie from our team at CSAC, and then Chancellor Grace Smith from San Diego Community College District. Thank you so much for being here.
And Chair, if I may, I could take a moment while they're getting in place. I know we have not completed the board, but I think we're almost there. So if I can make a moment to read the statement, please, because I think with that, I think we can. Meg, can I take a moment to read the statement? Okay. So, the California Student Commission promotes educational equity by making post-secondary education affordable for all, and serves high school seniors, adult learners, etc. And the free space, all the different students segments so far on the bingo card. So not all there, not a complete bingo, but a partial bingo.
We're almost there.
Yeah, we have where to go.
We're awake now.
Yes.
Good morning, commissioners. Good to see you all. So today we are going to be talking about cover reform. Slide. Okay, so our agenda today is, first of all, I'll be going through some of the background, because as you all know, we've been talking about cover reform for a long time. Actually, let me back up. So, hello, Jessica Moldoff, as you know, the Deputy Director of Research Analysis and Program Innovation. And I was actually reflecting when reviewing my slides that covenant reform has pretty much been like my entire history at CSAC. Like I've been at CSAC for almost 10 years. And one of like the things some of my very earliest projections were about different versions of Cal Grant reform. It's like, oh, what if we like close this loophole? What if we do that loophole? What if we just revamp the entire system? Like, I feel it was just like all these different ways to see how to make it work. Like, what students could we reach? How much would it cost? What was really going to be possible. So I'll go through all of that as a good refresher, and then I'll pass it off to Martin Bowie here to talk more about the state budget process, the successes we've already had, and then other reforms. And then we'll also have our panelist, our guest speaker, and I think we'll bring it back to our call to action and discussion. So with that. That's not good.
You know.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so, we have to remember that when we talk about the Cal Grant program, we're really talking about 9 different programs. I mean, click. My numbers are. Okay, yeah, there you go, perfect. With varying deadlines, GPA requirements, income ceilings, and limitations on who can receive it. Some of them deadlines are March 2nd, September 2nd, different like GPA suggest a mess. I actually have to consult the Cal Grant handbook every time I do a query because it's like, what is the GPA cutoff of this program? What are we actually doing? Like, it's just all over the place. And limits, of course. We had time out of high school, we had age. Like for transfer entitlement, of course, it's still age 28. We won't be getting to age 30 until 27, 28. With the community college entitlement, like it's entitlement for our community college students, but it's not portable to a private school. After they do get out of community college. So there's just a lot of like this, but this, and that, and that. So I felt like the best way to illustrate the complexity was just showing it all here, because it is very complex and it's hard for us to remember. Like I said, I had to refer to the handbook to remember the details. Just imagine how it's like for students to understand it. So next slide, please. So California's financial aid reform journey has been a journey, but incremental change has been possible along the way. Over the year, there have been various enhancements to Cal Grant's breadth and depth. Just since I've been here at CSAC, we saw a big jump in depth with the Students with Dependent Children grant, where now student parents could get, yes, on the bingo, get either $4,000 or $6,000 to help them. And then in 21-22, a big breadth expansion with the community college entitlement program that I mentioned earlier. We went, and this really made a big impact on the number of students that we call the eligible but not awarded. Back in right before community college entitlement, we had about almost 220,000 students who were eligible for the Cal Grant program, but because we only had 41,000 competitive awards, they remained unserved. The community college entitlement program took a lot of these students out, but we still have about 60,000 students unserved in that program, and a lot of those students are those adult learners who we could potentially benefit if we change some of the rules. More depth, the foster youth access, I know with our partnerships with JBay, have really been important for all the things we've been able to do for foster youth students. And of course, also in 22-23 was when the Cal Grant Equity Framework went into statute, but was unfunded, as mentioned earlier. So this coming year, as Martin will go into more, we have Cal Grant C. So thank you for all the support we've gotten from different community college chancellors to help us make that possible. And also transfer entitlement, which Chancellor Smith is here to talk to us about, and also Commissioner Ferguson, his assistance on that. So looking forward to moving the needle a little bit for those adult learners through that too. So these have been incremental, but I think it's important for us to remember what the vision of Cal Grant reform or Cal Grant equity framework, however you want to call it, was. You can see in this graphic, like it was about creating a lower or no GPA for like, especially those adult learners, to remove the age and entitlement high school limitations, to align it to the Pell Grant. So it wouldn't just be this like income and asset ceiling that was just another thing to know on top of like the Pell eligibility. And then just to simplify the program, like the basic principles of Cal Grant reform was to close gaps in access, but also to simplify the program to make it make more sense to everyone involved. Next slide, please. So as we heard yesterday, so like, why is reform important? As we heard yesterday, in our panel discussion, affordability is a major challenge for all students. As cost of living increases, as tuition fee increases, the burden continues to be there for all students, but especially those lower income students and families. But also, even without reform, the cost of Cal Grant is going up because with every increase in tuition and fees, we also see an increase in the Cal Grant program. Of course, anytime we expand entitlement, that means we stress out Department of Finance by increasing the cost there without having those barriers. So there's really this tension where we have a great need, but then we also have a great challenge in really pursuing this California dream for us. Next slide, please. But the real cost is the students who are left out. Who needs Cal Grant reform? It's these students who aren't being served. It's why Cal Grant reform is still important because of who needs it. Today's college students are, again, like we mentioned with the master plan, they're not the same students that Cal Grant was originally designed for. Today's college students are older, are more likely to be first gen, identify as non-white, have dependent children. And then just our Cal Grant program today has certain limitations and gaps in it, where students who should be eligible are left out. We have the examples, the father who graduated from high school 5 years ago and is going back to school, but he doesn't have a GPA on file, so we can't award him because GPA is a crucial component of Cal Grant. The laid off worker who's returning to school to finish their bachelor's at 30 years old, not a transfer student. Even if they were, they'd have to wait next year in order to actually be eligible. And also the recent high school graduate with a 2.9 GPA, but a family income above the ceiling for Cal Grant B. The donut hole, as we call it, where those students whose income is too high for Cal Grant B, but because of those GPA cutoffs, those disparate GPA cutoffs, not eligible. Next slide, please. So it seems huge, but we know from our history that change is possible. Incremental change is possible. Even when we're facing a bleak budget environment from the state, we can still make change that's important because every additional student we get into Cal Grant is a student who is more likely to succeed. And that's really key. We need to really, this time, we really need to think about how we tell the story. And the good news, next slide, please, is that we are going to have a new tool very soon in order to help us tell that story. We are going to be publishing the Cal Grant Student Success Dashboard, formerly known as SB70, to really show the value of investing in state financial aid. We changed the statute, so SB70 is previously is a Cal Grant reporting requirement, so that Cal Grant institutions report on enrollment, persistence, and graduation. Currently, the numbers are reported just as 3 numbers on our website, doesn't really say too much, but that's why we changed the statute last year in the last budget cycle to provide more disaggregated data, because we really wanted to promote transparency, but also be able to show who specifically financial aid is working for and why it's important to keep investing, especially to make sure that all students have equitable access to student success and the role that Cal Grant plays in that. Next slide, please. Also, we have a companion piece of the dashboard. This is not in SB70, but it is very important because this companion piece, this graphic is basically, it's called a waterfall because, you kind of turn on the side, it's a waterfall. But basically it's showing where the gaps are, like how many students are taken out by each step in the process. Here you're seeing the change from applicants versus who we actually evaluate, who got their application on time, who's a new student. And then you can see the orange are the students who are eligible. Again, that little purple off is those students that are stuck in the competitive program that aren't awarded. And then the yellow are those students who are ineligible for financial reasons, for GPA reasons, and then a whole host of other carve out reasons. So this is really something that we want to be able to use as a way to just continue to check ourselves and also to see where investments could have the most impact. Where do we see students that are falling off that in a perfect world would actually be eligible for our program? Because what is ROI? It's really it's not just about ROI, it's not just about the return on investment, because here at the Student Aid Commission, it's really about reform. It's about advocacy, but it's also about balanced budgets. But I think one of the great things about being at CSAC is that we really do have that mission of serving all Californians, and we do have those equity goals to make it happen. So I think as we continue on this discussion today, just trying to trying to make sure that we can do what we can within the limitations that have been given.
Just kind of a quick question, what's the not process for fall grant?
That process are found I believe they're predominantly people who didn't apply on time. Or they have maybe their application wasn't completed, like we had submitted one, but didn't actually have a involved, yeah. Yeah, and these are just mock-ups. We're still kind of revising it, so we may be able to disaggregate that a little bit more once we actually go live with it. So with that, I'll take it over to Martin, who does the work with the data.
Well, thank you, Jessica. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Executive Directors, and everyone joining us today. For those I haven't had the opportunity to meet, my name is Martin Bowie. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy and Public Affairs here at CSAC. I would say it's truly a privilege to be here and present at my first commission retreat. Over the past several months, I've had the opportunities to work closely with our council partners, RCOs, regional partners, campus partners, and legislative stakeholders. And one thing has been very clear. California has made incredible progress, but cognitive reform is far from complete. Now we go to the next slide. I want to take you to a timeline of where we're at. So early in the beginning of the year, this is where you'll see the budget cycle. The governor released his first proposal in January. From February through April, CSAC has led multiple hearings, advocated strongly, and continued pushing efforts throughout June. Now in August, where we're at now, everything has been signed, but cleanup work remains. We have already been working with the Department of Finance, and the legislature has been identified, and this will be addressed in the upcoming weeks. We go to the next slide. So you'll see this graphic here, the advocacy journey. Over the past year, we've learned that meaningful reform isn't one vote or one budget item. It's a journey. Every major state transformation happens through deliberate phases, building support, testing ideas, and expanding over time. The first phase is about building the foundation. We identify the challenge, gather the data, and build support around our partners. Before any policy moves forward, we need to share understanding of both the policy and the problem and the opportunity. Next comes the advocacy and action. This is where the engagement with the legislature, the administration, and stakeholders translates into the budget, investment, and policy changes. This year, transfer entitlement, workforce Pell alignment are a good example of these phases. Lastly, we evaluate the impacts of those changes, sustain momentum, which we learn from the implementation, strengthens what worked, and continue building support from the next phase of reform. Now, one of the biggest lessons is the transformation policy doesn't happen all at once. Whether it's local control funding formula, medical extension, or pension reform, California typically starts with target changes, evaluates the results, building confidence, and then expands over multiple years. None of these success happens because of one conversation or one meeting. They happen because our team stayed aligned around a shared strategy. We partnered with researchers to ensure our proposals were evidence-based. We worked collaboratively with legislative leaders, the administration team, stakeholders, and campus partners to refine our ideas and build support. Most importantly, we remain disciplined about our priorities instead of chasing every opportunity. The combined research, relationships, and strategic focus produced several significant wins in this year's budget. Advocacy is about winning this year's budget. Transformation is about using those wins to build a foundation for the next decade. Now we go to the next slide. It talks about the budget wins that happened this year. So this year's budget delivers several meaningful wins that protect students access while advancing our long-term modernization goals. You'll see Pell Grant reform. We modernized Pell Grant language to align with workforce Pell, expanding transfer entitlement eligibility from age 28 to 30 over the next 5 years, and fully funded Pell Grant caseload to ensure eligible students continue receiving aid. Middle class scholarship. We will also maintain middle class scholarship funding while adding protection for foster youth to provide greater ward stability. Golden State Teacher Grant. The budget preserved the program and refocuses it on addressing critical special education teacher shortage. Workforce Pell. California is establishing Workforce Pell, creating a new financial aid pathway for students pursuing short-term workforce credentials. Together, these investments not only support students today, but also lay down the foundation for the next phase of Pell Grant reform. Next, we'll talk about transfer entitlement. We'll see next slide. Now, behind this policy is a student who may have started college years ago, but had to pause because of work, military service, or raising a family. Now, at the age of 29, they're ready to return to transfer to a 4-year university and finish their degree. Before this expansion, they would have age out of eligibility. Today, they have the opportunity to complete their education. This is a student who this reform is designed to support. When we talk about expanding eligibility from age 28 to 30, it's easy to focus on the 1,000 additional students each year. But if all 1,000 students were standing in this room today, we would need 11 more of these venues right now. We need that scales of the opportunity this reform creates. Each person represents someone getting a second chance to earn a degree, strengthening their career, and better supporting their family. That's why this reform is really about. I do want to say a special shout out to all the commissioners who helped along the way. Commissioner Curry, Ferguson, and Smith for really providing additional help with getting us the additional support and guidance with this reform. Now we transition into the next slide. Pell Grant C. Pell Grant C modernization meets the students where they are today. The old 4-month minimum didn't match how many workforce programs operated. By recognizing shorter, high-quality training, we're opening doors for students who gain skills quickly and move into high-demand careers. So think about a student who recently lost their job and need to retrain for a career in healthcare, advanced manufacturing, IT, or skilled trades. They may not have time or financial ability to enroll in a traditional semester-long program. This modernization gives them access to financial aid in a shorter workforce, focused program to help them get back into the workforce quicker. This also positions us well for the future. In the coming months, California will have a new governor, many new assembly members and senators, new policy priorities. This presents opportunities for new leaders on why modernization student financial aid is important and continue building momentum for broader Pell Grant reform. Now, when I say Pell Grant reform, this will go into our next segue. Next slide. So as we think about Pell Grant reform, it helps to look at how California has successfully implemented other transformational policies. One prime example is the local control funding formula. This didn't happen overnight, right? The state established a clear vision back in the day. Phases implementation over multiple years, we know it works. We work closely with our local partners, adjust along the ways, and based on what we learned, the same lessons apply to Pell Grant reform. Rather than trying to change everything in a single year, we can build on a long-term vision through thoughtful phases that allows us to engage through stakeholders, managing implementations, evaluate outcomes, and making improvement and adjustments as long as we go. Our goal isn't simply to improve and pass reform. Our goal is to build reform that's durable, sustainable, and centered on students. California's most successful policies weren't built on one budget, they were built over time. Now, with the next slide we'll be showing is a visual. And this visual is a representative of everyone here in the room, through commissioners, stakeholders, local advisors, right? Lasting reform requires more than a good idea. It requires collaborations across the administration, legislators, commissioners, partners, and students, all supported by data and strategic investments. That's how advocacy becomes meaningful policy, and it sets the stage on where we go next. Where do we go next from here? Next slide, please. Partnerships, coalition building. Long-term Cal Grant reform will require a broad coalition of partners, each bringing a unique perspective to help shape and sustain meaningful change. These are the partners we continue engaging as we build support for phases of Cal Grant reform. All right, everyone here has a different perspective of where we need to go and provide in those perspective of how we can gain those knowledge and shape those guidance into where we can go next. Now, before we go into our call to action, next I would like to bring up Chancellor Smith to provide us with his remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sepulveda, Vice Chair Day, Commissioners, special note of my community college system colleagues here. Dr. Gonzalez, thank you all for the opportunity to be here with you this morning to talk about the work I've been engaging in and perhaps most importantly, why. Thank you for your leadership, your advocacy, your support. The work that you're doing here empowers the work that we're doing locally. And without you doing this work, we would be in a far worse world and position than we are today. And I try to be mindful of imagining what would be if not for the things that we are doing, the people that are dedicated to that work. And so I'm grateful for you and your work. Picking up on that, I want to start with why am I here? And a very, very short version of a much longer story, because this goes back a couple of generations. Because in so many ways, the things that we have talked about this morning so far at a policy or a system or a structural level is reflective of the lived experience that my family has had. And I'll start with my grandfather on my father's side, who grew up in the east part of San Diego County. His father left his family when he was very young. His mom remarried somebody who did not necessarily want to be a father and treated him with a lot of contempt. And he grew up in an abusive house. He never finished high school. He dropped out, he ran away, but he was white and he was male in the 1930s and 40s in California at a time where you could put your physical labor to work and actually earn a living. He joined the Merchant Marines and he did day labor, and he was able to carve out a lower middle class lifestyle that my dad got to grow up in. Fortunately, my grandfather did not learn how to be a successful father, and the house that my father grew up in also was not the best environment. And he rebelled, and he did not do well in school, and he was met in the K-12 system with punishment when he needed love, with disdain when he needed belonging, and he dropped out. He then found himself in prison for a couple of years, and coming out of that, decided I need to complete my GED. And he ended up enrolling in a career technical program where he got an electrician, or excuse me, he got an engineering certificate and became an electrician. And it allowed him to create a better life than what his father had been able to provide him. And that was the house that I got to grow up in. My mom also did not go to college. She grew up very poor in a very small town out in the Mojave Desert. And neither of them had the opportunity to go to college, or they never perceived the opportunity. Perhaps it existed, but socially it did not. It was very important to them that I go to college. But that was the end of that sentence. We have not had opportunity. You need to go to college. Okay, how do I do that? Go figure it out. How do I pay for that? We can't help you. Go figure it out. I grew up in a really interesting town, Ridgecrest, California. There's a very large China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station there, a huge research facility. The majority of the students that I was in high school with had parents with doctorate degrees that were doing research on that base. I had one of my classmates went to MIT right after high school, was teaching 3 years later. I had three, if I recall correctly, classmates who got a 1600 on the SAT as it was scored back then. I had people that went to Yale, many that went to Berkeley, USC, a couple that went to Stanford. And so I applied to some of those institutions because that's what the kids I was going to school with, what my friends were doing. And I got acceptance letters from USC and UC Berkeley. But in that packet came the cost of going to college. And I was naive at that point, and at my parents' insistence, figured out. I called the number on there and asked how I paid for college. I framed the question the wrong way because they answered it with instructions on how to send them money. To which I then had to reframe, okay, if I don't have money, how do I pay for college? And there wasn't much there. At that time, I did not recognize the value of the option that was there. I remember my mom saying to me very clearly, oh, you can afford to go to college. It's Cerro Coso Community College. It's right down the street over there, and it's $13 a credit. And I went to Cerro Coso Community College. I struggled to make rent. I struggled to be able to consistently buy food, but I stayed on track and I finished my studies there and was ready to transfer. The transfer process proved a lot more difficult than I expected. And I could not immediately make the transfer, primarily for financial reasons. So I pieced together a few jobs and I was able to make ends meet. Eventually was able to transfer and had worked enough at that point and long enough to know that if I don't complete a degree, I will live a quality of life I do not want to be living. And so I was willing to persist through the challenges financially. And just to give you context, I went to Arizona State University. That's in Tempe, Arizona, which is basically Phoenix. And if you haven't heard, it can reach 120 degrees there during the summer. It will only drop to about 105 at night. I lived there for 2 years in a car that did not have air conditioning because I could not afford to fix it while I was going to school. And you know you're making real choices when it's, do I continue to have a car without air conditioning while driving 20 miles to school and then to work, or do I get the AC fix? But I persisted through that. And at age 30, I completed my bachelor's degree. And I got a career in the US Department of Labor doing equal employment opportunity and affirmative action work, employment as a civil right. And it wasn't until I was in my late 30s that I was able to do a master's program and did public administration, got to USC finally, and was able to complete that and launch into this career. And so when I think back on the 3 generations of my family, and the incremental progress that happened. And now what my daughter, who's about to start transitional kindergarten next week, the house she's going to grow up in is so different than the one that I grew up in and looks nothing like what those 2 previous generations because of the opportunity of education. But who does it provide it to is the question that is really in front of us. And I talk a lot about this in different contexts within our district, that the California community colleges are an interesting counterpoint to the history of higher education virtually everywhere across the globe as a system of limited access, and that is its major sales point. We are an institution for only those who are worthy to be served by us. And how many colleges and universities continue to celebrate their very low acceptance rate as proof of how great they are. And here we are, a system that says we must become an institution worthy of serving you. And we will admit, as our former chancellor Elon Oakley liked to say, the top 100% of our applicants. Not you have to become worthy of being served by us. I can tell you USC made me write a lot of words to demonstrate to them that I was worthy of paying them a lot of money to be served by them. And so this mission that we have is transformation. And it is complicated by all the reasons that have been laid out before. So I use that as a launch point to say, why did I get involved in this work? Because I've lived it directly. I love the way that my colleague, president of Woodland College, Lizette Navarrete, says, our mission collectively is just to end poverty. It's those 2 words, that's really it. we need to design ourselves with the intent of welcoming someone who has no financial resources, who has been told socially and culturally that college is not for you. That conversation happening nationally around, does everybody need a college education? I love that a bunch of college educated people are sitting around debating whether or not other people deserve to have a college education. The hypocrisy in that conversation, but it is a very real social tradition that we have, that we all probably have learned at some point that, well, some people can go to college and succeed. And for others, that's not a role that you get to function, and that's not an aspiration you should have. Our system exists to change that narrative. But we have to talk about that. We have to have people helping communities, parents, families like mine, who to this day I have extended members of my family who won't talk to me anymore because now that I'm college educated, I must think I'm better than them. All of the social things that come along with the financial barriers. Our mission is to end poverty. That's transformational work, and it has to happen on many different fronts. Interesting anecdote, when I first got started in this with Dr. Gonzalez, somebody in my district asked, so what you're advocating for, how many additional resources, how much more money is going to come to our district? Zero. Well, where are the dollars going to go? To the institution they transfer to. Well, then why are you spending time on this? Like, we have enough problems, enough underfunded things. Shouldn't you be advocating for that? Well, I'm doing that too. But our mission doesn't end when our student completes a class or completes a degree. If we don't see them all the way through to that transformational socioeconomic upward mobility that I have been in, we're not done. And we haven't fulfilled our mission and our promise to them. We need to see them through, and this is a really important part of that. So I was describing my story. When I enrolled at a four-year institution, I was 27. Right on the edge of this gap that we're talking about, who we lose because life didn't give me that pathway, but it gave me a pathway. The average age of students in our district right now in San Diego, let me introduce my district very briefly. 4 colleges, 3 of them credit colleges, one of the only 2 accredited non-credit colleges in our system. 90,000 students a year. 75% of them, including those that are non-credit college, tell us my goal is a 4-year degree, master's degree, or doctoral degree. Every year we have 2,000 to 2,200 students that finish with us and transfer on. And the average age is 28 years old. So we have a lot of students caught up in this problem of that traditional thinking about, well, if you're a college student, you must have grown up in a family with means and resources. You were on this pathway from high school. You were in a college classroom at 18 years old. You're finishing at 22. You're getting your master's. I don't know who that is. I don't think I've actually met that person. But we have a system built really well to serve them, and it misses our students. One of the most transformational moments of my time as chancellor in the San Diego Community College District was the real cost survey that happened a couple of years ago. I had not myself recognized what a shift we had had in community college student demographics and enrollment from the time that I was there in 1995 to 1997 to 2022 when that report came out. It was through that survey I learned that of those 90,000 students we have in our district, 20,000 are unhoused, living on the street, living in a car, living with a friend, a family member, no contractual right to where they're living by the grace of somebody else's kindness, which could end tomorrow. I learned that over 40,000 of our students are food insecure, and a healthy meal is not a regular part of their opportunity. And it changed my thinking on a lot of opportunity districts. I am now a huge housing advocate because it's what our students need me to be. 35% of our students are first generation, 30% are working parents. 70% are considered extremely poor by the Health and Human Services Division of the federal government. So when I say our mission is to end poverty, that's who we are serving. So I joined the advocacy because this work is urgent. It is great that starting fall 2027, those students will be able to transfer with their Cal Grant to the age 30. What do I go back and tell the group of students that are gonna walk across stages in May of 2027 who are 28 years old? Sorry, you had bad timing. I didn't get involved early enough. I heard Pradeep Khosla, Chancellor at UCSD, say something in the housing space I was in. Some of these problems we tolerate because they feel too big, and it's comfortable for us to tolerate. It's only comfortable for me because I'm not the one who's actually living it. There's a lot of discomfort for people and the problems that we don't take action on. And whether or not I can get to a perfect solution, I will take incremental change if that's what it takes. Because my community needs me in my role in the spaces that I get to be in, the tables I get to sit at, including this one, advocating for them because they don't have that access or opportunity. And I can't be comfortable in the fact that I'm not living in their discomfort and just accept the status quo. Assemblymember David Alvarez a couple of years ago asked for an audit of the California community colleges of the transfer rates for students to four-year institutions. And I knew when he asked for it, the numbers were not going to paint a great picture for us. It's about 20%. And there are a number of structural barriers that contribute to that 20%. Affordability is one of them, and it is a big piece of that. And so when I met with David Alvarez and talked about this advocacy and what it could mean, highlighted the thing you asked about, and you asked both of our systems, all of our systems, the California community colleges, the CSU, the UCs, even our private institutions to work on. Here's one piece of that solution. The average age in our colleges are 28 years old. You know, we are losing people's financial aid when they're going to the most expensive part of this journey. Of course, we have people to lose. I joined this because we need regional partnership. I love the we need one system of education concept. We are blurring those lines in San Diego. Over this past 2 years, I've been working with President De La Torre at San Diego State on a guaranteed admission. If you complete and meet the transfer requirements at any of our colleges in my district, you are guaranteed admission to San Diego State, which means that we can go into high schools in San Diego Unified and tell 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, you can be a university student, and that pathway runs through Mesa College, through City College, through Miramar College. You do no longer need to see a distinction. Not getting into San Diego State does not mean you're not a San Diego State student. That is a powerful thing to be able to come and say to our community. To then pair that with, you will have the financial support to carry you forward becomes essential. I think about all those competing investments we could make. And very early on, when I met Dr. Gonzalez, 2018, she was convening a group to work on a broad range of transformational diversity, equity, and inclusion work for our system in the community colleges. I think at the very first meeting, and I've heard her say it many times since, budgets are statements of values. That is absolutely true. And whose values are they? At the beginning of my time as chancellor, our district was going out for a bond campaign. And one of the tough parts of leadership is you have to contemplate failure and what to do. So I very quietly had some meetings about, so if we don't pass this bond, what do we do? And I think the best advice I heard, fortunately we passed it, I never had to do this, was you go right out the next election cycle. Because if you don't, people will think you actually didn't need it. It was a nice thing, you tried, you weren't successful, but we never heard from you again. You have to come back and tell it again because the voters are changing, the situation's changing, our elected officials are changing, has been pointed out. So we haven't been successful in prior years in getting full funding for Cal Grant reform. We're going to have a new governor. We're going to have a new cabinet around that governor. We have changeover in the Assembly and the Senate. Whose values are the budgets we're inheriting reflecting? And if those budgets don't align with my values, am I going to sit quietly and accept it? I'm not, as you can see. Our progress here, however incremental, is the investment. As you were talking about all those other social issues that we're investing in solving, I see education as a piece of every single one of them. With a lot of research to show you want better health outcomes in your community, increase the level of education. You want to reduce poverty, increase the level. You want to share some of the story. I could have told you a million stories from our students that are far more impactful, perhaps even than my own. But these policy decisions, the money is not the thing, it is the tool, it is the people. And the way that we engage with each other, real leaders, making real impact for real people. So thank you for your work, appreciate the opportunity to be here with this conversation. Especially grateful to Dr. Gonzalez to have gotten involved with this and seen part of it actually successfully.
Before we move on to our next item and do public comment, I want to just give an opportunity if there's a questions or additional thoughts.
We do have additional.
That's okay, that's me on third. Okay, thank you.
We have 2 more slides. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right, so our call to action. This year's accomplishment has given us a strong foundation for our work. It's far from complete. The next phase is to continue refining our fiscal analysis, expand our stakeholders' engagement, and return with a thoughtful phase and approach to Cal government reform. With your continued leadership and partnership, we have an opportunity to build a financial system that better reflects the needs of today's students and tomorrow's workforce. Next slide, please. So this is going to be one of our last ones, regional tours, regional convenings. We're proposing a series of regional convenings across California beginning this fall. The intent is to bring CSAC directly into communities across the state rather than asking our partners to come to Sacramento. As we finalize planning, we will work with campus leaders and regional partners to identify host institutions and engage with local stakeholders, including elected officials. The goal is to strengthen the relationships, hear directly from our partners, and ensure that our conversations reflect the needs of students across California. Lastly, we just want to thank everyone here and really provide the guidance of all the strong leaders that everyone's sitting in this office are comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm sorry, please, no, if I,
Thank you so very much for sharing your story. I know it's your story, but it speaks to a large number of the community, not just in California, but throughout our country, because there's some version that's playing in everyone's mind, maybe not them directly, but their cousin, their aunt, their grandparents, their parents. So thank you so very much for sharing that story. It resonates throughout the state. I appreciate it.
thank you. I want to just close out before we go for public comment. Just thank you, both of you, for the presentation, for the data. I know you've been working on this for a while, and it's a lot of work. So I just want to say thank you. And I think to Chancellor Smith, I was just hearing your story, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm remembering to come talk to my superintendents in K-12. So okay, because they, I adore them and they're phenomenal, but I think there's this mindset in K-12 education that on June 30th, we're done. And they're no longer our responsibility anymore, and not purposefully, but just by design. I mean, I can't even do work with students that just graduated because they're already offended for them. And so I push them as much as I can, but now I gotta find a grant if I want to do a college comeback program because they're not your students anymore, apparently. And I think that how do we get our K-12 superintendents to adopt our mindsets are not.
And thank you for elevating health and human services, criminal justice, all the other areas of the budget. And really then thinking. I will just end by asking for a plot that we are gonna need your support as we head into these community regions. Because always says yes, Diana Rodriguez from San Bernardino, and the one thing they all
Thank you, Chair. Public comment for item 6 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature.
Starting the camera. That's for the screen sharing.
Yeah. That wasn't having an issue though.
No.
You still had that. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, it's on now. Did it just bounce?
A lot.
Oh, okay.
We're back up? Okay.
Yeah, we just reset it. If you overheated, we had data size of backup, so.
Yeah, do it on size. Okay.
In progress.
All right, thank you so much for that brief break, and we apologize for our virtual attendees. We are back and up and running. Thank you so much for your patience, and we'll go back to our public comment.
Thank you. Jessica Thompson, you will have 2 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, good afternoon, Jessica Thompson, Executive Vice President at the Institute for College Access and Success. Hopefully you can hear me all right. Thanks for this opportunity for comment, which we are joined in making by 2 of our statewide student associations, UCSA and CSSA. I want to start by thanking all of you for having the important discussion that you're having today. We especially appreciate CSAC's decision to frame this conversation around a phased-in approach to financial aid modernization and agree that's exactly the conversation California needs to be having right now. For the last 6 years, the Cal Grant Equity Framework has served as a North Star. It laid out an important vision for a financial aid system that better reflects students' needs, as we've heard from lots of folks today already, by removing or reducing persistent barriers to accessing student aid, like GPA requirements, age and time out of high school restrictions, while also recognizing that the most burdensome costs too many students face in California are no longer tuition, but basic needs and living expenses. Unfortunately, the components of that vision remain just as imperative for students today, as we're all discussing, despite our strong collective efforts to address them. But we've learned an important lesson over the course of those efforts. Pursuing a single reform package as an all or nothing proposition has proven incredibly difficult. In the intervening years, fiscal realities have changed, economic uncertainty has increased. Many of the legislative champions who originally carried this work have left office. Soon, California will have a new governor, and at the same time as all that, our higher education landscape is evolving rapidly. Rather than allowing this vision to stall, we do have a critical opportunity to refresh our strategy and our goals and build support across the powerful network of stakeholders we have in our state. We believe there are clear opportunities to begin making meaningful progress now, prioritizing the removal of GPA requirements at the community colleges and age and time out of high school barriers at our four-year institutions would immediately expand access for many of California's lowest income students. Just as important is the necessity to increase the Cal Grant Access Award, which is the primary grant that helps thousands of students address some of their non-tuition costs, which now make up the largest share of their cost of attendance. These are practical, equity-focused changes that will produce meaningful progress for students and for the state. Additionally, we appreciate that CSAC's blueprint recognizes the importance of improvements beyond the Cal Grant program, increasing FAFSA and CADA completion and aid take-up rates, improving alignment between the Cal Grant C with federal workforce Pell Grants to ensure both support only high-quality programs, and improving pathways from community colleges into four-year institutions are all important pieces of making financial aid work better. Your blueprint begins to broaden that conversation, and like I heard Jesse Ryan underscoring so well earlier, we hope it creates more opportunities for stakeholders to develop strategies together, not only around today's priorities, but around emerging challenges students are facing. Finally, we want to emphasize the importance of partnership. A refreshed strategy is most likely to succeed if key stakeholders collaborate on where to make meaningful progress every year. Our advocacy community is strongest when we work together with shared goals and clear communication. We look forward to working together to shape a flexible, multi-year strategy that steadily advances financial aid modernization while navigating our complex political, fiscal, and educational environment. Thanks again for this opportunity to comment and for having this discussion today.
Thank you, Jessica. With that, we have no more virtual comments. I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 7. Item number 7 is our deep dive into learning about innovations in higher education, access and success. I'll turn over to our Vice Chair, Commissioner Day, in just a moment. I wanted to share, we do have speakers that we're going to have go first, and we may go ahead and table our Q&A, a little bit of discussion after lunch, so we can do that. So just hang in there, Commissioner, with us. We're going to go through our speakers, and then we can come back to the conversation as well.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start off this conversation by saying innovation, educational innovation specifically, is not new. I appreciated our chancellor sharing his family story. I will share with you. My father, who was born in 1924, actually went to boarding school at his college. The reason he went to boarding school at his college was because at that time in the rural South, there was not a strong and serious system of public higher education if you were African American. So that the colleges and universities, historically Black colleges, they actually created ways for people to come and complete their secondary education prior and be prepared to enroll ultimately at those universities. We saw similar kind of innovations from Jesuit institutions in places like New York and New Jersey, who were committed to immigrants coming to this country who had not had the same kinds of formal education opportunities and actually have an extraordinary history in their urban serving mission of creating what became an educational populace of people who education was not designed for. Well, 18 years ago, I sat with a group of students at an institution in Boston, and we created something, one of the country's earliest offices of basic needs. We kept seeing students that were falling through the cracks, and no one had any answers, and our systems were not delivering those opportunities to help students that were food insecure or housing insecure. And at some point, I came together with students and we said, we've got to figure out something, some sort of way of being intentional and innovating and creating an office that will serve this population of students, which apparently is not an anomaly, and a population of students that we're going to see each and every year. Right now, we're sitting in this meeting, the state higher education executive officers are meeting in Chicago. And they're having a meeting of state level policymakers, and they're talking about things like statewide coordination around education, cross-segmental partnerships, automatic eligibility to financial aid for people who may be SNAP eligible and other populations, workforce Pell, and broad statewide talent development, making sure that higher education is working with all sorts of industries to develop talent. They're asking a different set of questions if you look at the topics that are associated with that meeting that's happening. What we all know in this room is that financial aid is going to be critical to any of these innovations. It's not going to be an option if we plan on having any of these things move forward in an equitable fashion. Today's deep dive is about thinking across educational segments. It's challenging us all to continue this conversation that we've been having of thinking about our system of education as, in fact, as our commissioner urged us to consider a singular system of education and how we can work together better. We have a wonderful opportunity to talk specifically today about innovation in dual enrollment and direct admissions. And I want to really appreciate our presenters who are going to be with us. And I'm going to ask our chair in just a moment, excuse me, our executive director in just a moment to introduce them. I do want to acknowledge the role of our chair. One of the innovations that I shared that we'll be talking about is specifically that of direct admissions. What we know is because of the work of our chair and her leadership, we have actually seen that work really begin in a very powerful way in Riverside County. And so we want to acknowledge her and thank her because it is providing for us a blueprint for begin thinking about how we begin to advance this across our entire state. With that, I will hand it to our executive director.
Thank you, Vice Chair Day. I want to expedite things and hand it over to our speakers, and so I'll be brief. Innovation requires collaboration, and that's why we're having this conversation. This is your learning portion of your agenda. We want to learn from these colleagues who are live, leading this work here in California statewide, influencing what's happening at the national level, and then bringing us back and re-asking the conversation and the question, but are we achieving racial equity in the state of California? And that's what I appreciate most about EdTrust West, Dr. Nellam, Fabria, Denise, I think she's gonna be on Zoom.
Should be on Zoom, yeah.
And then newly minted Dr. Ramirez Mendoza here. Big congratulations again. All three are statewide leaders, not just individuals that have been working on dual enrollment, but really have been leading the way when it comes to financial aid application completion. So you know EdTrust West as those partners that partnered many years ago on legislation to make that possible. They also are the same partners that led when it came to community colleges having a requirement for financial aid applications. But they've been bold thinking about the entire system as a holistic approach. So what Jesse Ryan mentioned, pathways, success pathways. And so they're here to help us understand that work. Hand it over to you. Thank you for being here.
Awesome. Thank you. Denise, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. Buenas tardes. Especially thank you so much for inviting EdTrust West to present on dual enrollment pathways. My name is Denise Luna. I'm the Director of Higher Education Policy at EdTrust West, and we're really excited about today's presentation. We hope that today's presentation really challenges you to dream and think boldly about equitable access, support, and success in dual enrollment. We believe that every single student in California deserves meaningful pathways from high school to college and career. And dual enrollment can fundamentally change educational outcomes for every single student in California because dual enrollment is one of the most powerful strategies available for historically underserved students. If we go on to the next slide, I'm going to share a little bit about our agenda. We'll provide a quick overview of EdTrust West, and we'll discuss dual enrollment really as a key equity solution for educational access and college completion. We'll also share about dual enrollment, some of the barriers that we must address, and we'll explain what's possible with targeted and strategic legislative and budget advocacy. And we'll have a discussion on how we can partner with CSAC and how we can work together to close some of these equity gaps, as well as we'll discuss some next steps, and we'll close out, and we're hoping to take questions at the end of the presentation. And we go on to our next slide. I'm proud to work at EdTrust West, where we advocate for policies and practices that transform our education system. EdTrust West is committed to advancing both policies and practices that dismantle the racial and economic barriers embedded in California's education system. We prioritize students of color and multilingual learners, especially those experiencing poverty, and we value community equity. We support solutions that lead to equitable educational experiences and outcomes for our students and prioritize justice and trust. If we go on to our next slide, I want to share a little bit about our theory of change. Our theory of change is really centered in focusing on advancing more equitable outcomes for students and learners all the way from TK-12 to and through higher education. And we work with community leaders, state policymakers, practitioners, and many students to identify both the challenges as well as the opportunities across our education system. We publish research to inform our policy and practice work. And at EdTrust West, we don't drive policy change. We do policy change at both the state and local levels to support implementation. And we don't do policy just for policy's sake, but rather we strive to ensure that policy is informed by the students, the people, and the partners that we directly work with. And for this year, as part of our policy agenda, we go on to our next slide, we're going to be focusing on really 3 key priorities to advance educational equity in higher education. The first is to strengthen pathways to and through post-secondary success, with the goal of supporting students of color to access, persist, and succeed in higher education. And this includes dual enrollment, which I'll be discussing today. And our second priority is college affordability and access for students of color experiencing poverty. And our work centers on removing some of those financial hurdles that students face to attend college and to create a more brighter, prosperous future for our students. And we know that we can achieve this through the work that is happening, especially at CSAC with the implementation of the California's All-In for Financial Aid policy and thinking and investing on financial aid reform, as discussed today related to Cal Grant reform. And we can accomplish this through a multi-year strategy to advance financial aid and modernize our financial aid system. And our third priority is we advocate for policies and practice solutions to support the success and the well-being of our student parents and their families. This includes advocating for childcare, greater financial aid, and wraparound supports. All these priorities are important, and for today's presentation, we're going to really dive in and focus on dual enrollment. And as you hear today's presentation, we hope that you think about what are some of the policy solutions that resonate with you, where is there potential for partnerships, and how can CSAC help to advance solutions that build equitable access, support, and success in dual enrollment. And we hope that you leave with a key takeaway that EdTrust West is here, a committed partner to support and be as a resource, and we are here to help. And with that, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Ramirez Mendoza, who will discuss dual enrollment as an equity solution for educational equity.
Gracias, Denise. This is my first public presentation since I finished my dissertation, so it's still really weird because what the heck are they talking about? IT, does the clicker work still or no? Do y'all know?
Oh, just do it.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. Gracias, Denise, for providing the overview of our priorities. I'll delve into a little bit about why we see dual enrollment as an important strategy to improve pathways, access, and affordability. But before we go into the next slide, just by show of hands, how many of y'all have at least heard about dual enrollment? Okay, a couple, we have some familiarity. How many of you have children or familia who have gone through dual enrollment? Okay, so a couple. We have some familiarity, and as we move through this presentation, I invite y'all to keep those students in mind. Not only for the opportunities that dual enrollment can create, but also the places where our education and financial aid system may not get aligned. Can we go to the next slide? So just so we're all using the same language at a very high simplified level, dual enrollment refers to high school students who are taking college level courses while still enrolled in high school. And depending on the program and course, students may earn college credit, high school credit, or both. And at its best, dual enrollment does more than just help students accumulate units. It gives them an early opportunity to experience college and understand how academic and career pathways work. And in that sense, dual enrollment can jumpstart a student's college journey and help create a more connected transition from high school to higher ed, and ultimately a career. Next slide. At EdTrust West, we view dual enrollment as a powerful equity strategy because a substantial body of research backs up that participation has very positive outcomes both in high school and in higher education. Students gain early exposure to college level work, build confidence that they belong in higher ed, which is extremely important for those who have been historically excluded. And research associates dual enrollment with outcomes such as stronger high school completion and better access to college enrollment, persistence, and success. And there is an important affordability dimension to all of this, because when students earn college credits that apply later to their eventual degree or certificate, that may reduce the amount of courses they have to take in order to finish. I know some folks earlier mentioned time to degree. That means spending less time to get that degree, which means they don't have to pay as much tuition, housing, transportation, books, and that compounds. And this is especially important for all students, but especially for those who have been historically excluded. Next slide. But I want to be clear, dual enrollment is not automatically equitable simply because it exists. Its impact depends on who has access, which courses are available, and whether students receive the guidance and support needed to succeed. And our vision at Etros West is not simply more dual enrollment, it's equitable, high-quality dual enrollment that gives students a meaningful head start without creating new barriers later on down the line. And to realize that vision, Etros West focuses on 5 different priorities, which has been outlined in our Jumpstart report. 1, expand access so every student has the opportunity to participate. Build high-quality pathways that connects college credit to career opportunities. Ensure students earn high school and college credit that counts towards either degree or transfer. Strengthen alignment between K-12 and higher ed. And then lastly, invest in educated and student supports so students can successfully navigate and complete their pathways. Next slide. I promise, don't get scared. We're not gonna go through all this. California offers several ways for high school students to take college courses. And we use dual enrollment more so as an umbrella term, but the student experience can look very different depending on the model. And y'all don't have to memorize this. This is just a visual. It's just more so just to put across as a key point that these approaches differ in which courses are offered, how formal the partnership is, how much support students receive, and whether the courses are offered in a clear pathway. So on the less structured side is individual dual enrollment, sometimes locally referred to as concurrent enrollment. And these opportunities often attract students who have already navigated the college process and are familiar with it. On the more structured end are things like early college and middle college high schools. These are much more comprehensive, structured programs that are either held at a high school or a college campus and generally provide more intensive support. And both of these models were created with an equity focus in mind, aiming to improve outcomes for students who have been historically excluded. And then right in the middle is what we're going to focus on, which is college and career access pathway programs, otherwise known as CSAC, which I'll pass over to my colleague, Maria to go.
Thank you, Jaime, for setting the stage and walking us through some of the different type of dual enrollment programs available in the state of California. So good afternoon, I'm Cabria Payton. I'm joining here from our Sacramento team. I work on our government affairs team and really excited to be here as far as my portfolio covers our higher education priorities. So in the next few slides, I will cover more in depth what college and career access pathways dual enrollment program consists of and provide hopefully a very useful overview of some of the historic investments that the state has made to make dual enrollment this equity strategy. Next slide, please. So, previous slide, sorry.
Oh, previous?
Yes. Thank you. So, as mentioned, at Etros West, we focus on college and career access pathways, or CCAP, as the dual enrollment program that is the most powerful strategy available to expand college access and completion for historically underserved students. The reason we prioritize CCAP is because it provides students who may not already be college bound or who are underrepresented in higher education with an opportunity to earn college credit early, build confidence, shorten their time to degree, and create clearer pathways to post-secondary success. CCAP is unique because it's really the state's first structured dual enrollment program. It requires community college districts to partner with local education agencies to allow high school students to take up to 15 units per semester and earn, as you know, that early credit. With that, it also removes major barriers to students who are able to participate in dual enrollment. Specifically, the cost for textbooks are covered, enrollment fees are waived. And it's a type of dual enrollment program that we see as far as shrinking some of the, again, equitable access between different students of color when it comes to dual enrollment. And again, CCAP brings college opportunities directly to students. It helps ensure access is not determined by a student's zip code or family income. It really allows for schools to bridge those gaps in regards to partnering with their community college districts and allow the two systems to talk to each other and really focus on the student success. Next. So how did we get here as far as dual enrollment being this amazing equity solution? What has the state done at the legislature, with the governor? How are we here today? So just to kind of put this into perspective, we want to go back all the way to 2015, which starts with AB 288. So AB 288 was passed and it established CCAP. This was very important because at the time, dual enrollment was very much based on where you lived, what your school partnerships look like. CCAP was the first time that the state actually provided a type of framework for what we want to provide our students, especially students who are underrepresented, again, in higher education. 6 years later, in 2022, the governor and the legislature hopped on board. They were able to invest over $200 million into these grants to expand access to dual enrollment programs. So this not only helped in regards to, hey, we passed this bill, here's the funding to help LEAs to actually set up these successful programs and to really start with the implementation of CCAP. It did take a while, but as you know, a lot of these conversations take time just to make sure that the structure and the type of dual enrollment that we want was fully vetted. And so really excited about that. And from that investment in 2022, we did see the fact that CCAP has grown significantly. It was one of the fastest growing dual enrollment programs throughout the state. Following in 2023, AB 368 was passed to really make sure everyone's on the same page. What do we mean when we say underrepresented in higher education? AB 368 called out the different student groups that we would like to see CCAP serve. One, members of groups that have historically compromised a minority of the US population, first-time college students, low-income students, students with disabilities, students with dependent children, and undocumented students. It became clear in our statute exactly how we want CCAP to be prioritized in regards to outreach to the students that we know need it most. And then around the same time, we did see that the state actually made this initiative. We see this in Vision 2030, outlining the plan and how dual enrollment can be used as an equity solution. We also see it when it came to the governor's master plan on career education, which again, it allowed for all the investments in the past legislation to manifest in a plan to really focus on closing those achievement gaps and ensuring that our students had access to dual enrollment. So together, these efforts push for a stronger alignment across different education systems, ensuring that we were focused on workforce pathways and economic opportunities. However, even with over a decade of progress, there is still more work to realize dual enrollment as an equity solution that will benefit every student in our state. And now I will turn it over to Jaime to speak to the specific challenges that are in.
Can you?
Got the clip of it.
We try to get fancy with the transitions.
A lot of
You don't- Yeah. One more time. So as we've tried to outline, dual enrollment has tremendous equity potential, but several challenges still prevent it from the promise being fully realized. And we've highlighted several challenges on the slide, but given our time today, we're going to focus on two. The first is unequal access and participation, because while my colleague Cabrillo mentioned, California has expanded opportunities to dual enrollment. We still do not yet have a guaranteed pathway, so every student has the opportunity to participate. And the second challenge involves potentially unintended consequences after students begin college, especially as it pertains to future financial aid eligibility. So to dive deeper into this, we'll first dive into access. Next slide. So let's try to make this, I guess, more tangible rather than just words on the slide. Let's consider a student named Maria. Maria is a motivated, academically prepared, eager to begin college early, but her high school doesn't offer dual enrollment. And that opportunity may just simply be out of her reach. Unfortunately, in California, whether students can participate still heavily depends on the high school they attend and the type of partnerships they have with their local colleges. And the graph on the screen stems from our Black Minds Matter report, looking at the share of high school graduates who completed dual enrollment coursework. And as you can see, while participation has increased for all groups within the last 5 years, Black and Latinx students remain lower than the state average. And furthermore, while access remains highly dependent on location, the type of dual enrollment also matters. Research finds that CCAP in particular reaches historically underserved students more equitably more than other models, and that is why at Trust West has identified universal access to CCAP dual enrollment as a potential solution. I believe we clicked twice. Sorry, we're gonna have a little bit more transitions. So for students like Maria, that could mean having access to the same early college opportunities as a student in their neighboring district has, and receiving the supports and guidance necessary to go to and through that program. And universal availability alone won't eradicate every inequity, but it could at least address the one foundational barrier where students at least have the access to the opportunity in the first place. That being said, the numbers can be compelling, numbers are always great, graphics are also great, but we should remember two things. One, access is just the beginning. And then two, these numbers represent young people navigating two very complicated systems at the same time that we get paid to understand. And as participation expands, our surrounding policies and practices must also keep pace, especially policies that were developed before a large number of high school students began taking college classes. And that brings us to our second barrier, if we can go to the next slide, how dual enrollment coursework may affect students' academic standing and future financial aid eligibility. So again, to personify this a little bit more, let's reconsider that student Maria. Assume Maria does attend a district that offers CCAP dual enrollment, and she's able to take advantage of that opportunity. So first, just an important clarification, and again, this is very high level, trying to get super jargony. Maria, like most high school students, generally do not receive or use financial aid while in high school. So that includes Pell Grant, federally, Cal Grant, statewide. So the concern is not that dual enrollment credits automatically, quote unquote, use up that benefit. The concern, the more immediate concern, is that what those dual enrollment courses do to her academic record and the potential aid eligibility impact down the line. When we check back in with Maria, she lets us know that she attempted 30 units to dual enrollment. And of those 30, she successfully completed 18, withdrew from 9, and did not pass the 3-unit course. She also let us know that after high school, she enrolled immediately into community college and applied for financial aid. Now, depending on the college policies, Maria may begin with a college GPA affected by their failed course or impacted by only completing 18 of 30 attempted units. And those measures matter for the academic standards students generally need to meet in order to be eligible to continue receiving financial aid, otherwise known as satisfactory academic progress. So in essence, Maria did not use financial aid, but the dual enrollment courses she took and how she fared in them may impact future eligibility to receive it. And the timing and severity of these consequences will depend on federal requirements, the college's policies, and when they evaluate satisfactory academic progress, and whether Maria remains in that institution for transfers. Because that can mean she remains eligible, she gets a warning, or she has to go through the difficult process of appealing. And that variation is part of the policy challenge. Maria may not be considered, or Maria may be considered a new college student, but the college systems may not treat her academic record as new. And therein lies the paradox. Dual enrollment is intended to help students build momentum towards college completion, yet the academic and financial aid systems in place were not designed around a growing population of students who begin their college transcripts while they're in high school. And our goal isn't to erase academic standards or diminish the value of college credit, but real college credit should also come with real institutional responsibility, supports, and flexibility. So if you click one more time, some solutions that we have been considering are clear statewide guidance, proactive alerts and intervention, stronger appeal and academic renewal pathways, and a statewide dual enrollment course indicator, which by itself won't change the federal financial aid standards or the academic standards, but at least would allow our state to identify dual enrollment coursework more consistently, study outcomes, trigger support, and determine where state policy needs to change and where we need clarification for the federal guidelines. Nevertheless, all this comes down to a central question. How can policymakers and advocates modernize financial aid and academic systems to ensure students who participate in dual enrollment are not penalized? Again, these are just some of the ideas that we're cooking up at Edgeworth West. Now pass it over to Cabria to discuss more about work.
Next. So, thank you so much for explaining those barriers that we're facing. So what's possible with targeted and strategic legislative and budget advocacy? Here at Edgeworth West, we were able to partner with so many community-based organizations, different organizations that focus on college affordability to secure $100 million in one-time investments to expand dual enrollment programs. As mentioned in 2022, there was $200 million. Now we're coming back in 2026 with $100 million. What can we see done in order to expand access to dual enrollment programs? We're extremely supportive and excited that this funding was adopted in the budget bill. But let's talk more about that funding and how it's going to be used with equity in the center, and that's the focus. So the $100 million will be used to target schools that are serving a higher than state average number of unduplicated pupils. It will also go to schools that do not have an existing CCAP program. And in addition to those two schools that meet those type of criteria, it also is going to go to schools that also serve a high number of justice involved youths. We're seeing the state take this investment and make sure that we're giving priority to schools that need it most and who serve the students that we know will benefit from CCAP. In addition to the $100 million investment, there were some technical changes that were made to strengthen CCAP. What? It's ensuring students actually receive dual credit. When we say dual credit, when you're a high school student, you're going to receive the college credit, but you also should be receiving high school credit so that you're able to meet the high school graduation requirements. So making that pathway very structured, very simple for students to take advantage of it, as well as families to understand. Next, they are allowing schools to actually receive funding depending on how many their instructional minutes. So currently, it's about 240 minutes in order to get funding. The governor and the legislature has reduced that to 180 minutes. So it makes it easier for schools to actually take advantage of the CCAP and the other dual enrollment programs, and to allow them to fit it into that actual school day. So we're really excited about this because we understand, especially from what we heard from different schools, some of the challenges it was with partnering with their community college district and the schedules that they may have that is very much different than the schedule they offer on their campus. So we're very excited about those policy changes. In addition to the $100 million just to give out to LEAs to support, there also is $10 million for technical assistance. Again, if you remember the timeline, the bill was passed in 2015, implemented 2016, funding came in 2022, but what was missing from that funding was more guidance from the state in regards to exactly how do we go in and help some of our schools that may need more hands-on assistance to set up a successful CCAP program. How do we go to the rural areas and understand what kind of barriers they're facing and provide assistance to ensure that their CCAP program is just as successful as an area that may, of course, be located in a more urban area. With that being said, we're really excited because not only is it providing the schools with additional resources to set up CCAP and make sure it's successful, but it's encouraging the collaboration between LEAs and the community college districts to ensure that we're focusing on the students and what's best for them to, again, take advantage of CCAP. Next slide. And so outside of the budget wins that we're really excited about and really thank the partnership of the legislature and the governor and other stakeholders, there's a bill that's currently going through the legislative process that we're supporting. So AB 1871 by Assemblymember Mike Fong, chair of the Assembly Higher Education Committee, makes additional changes to CCAP to make sure that we're removing barriers that students and families face when signing up to take advantage of CCAP. So what are some of those barriers? One, it is removing the requirement that the high school principal has to sign off for a student to even participate in CCAP. We see that as a form of gatekeeping. If students want to take advantage of these college courses and receive the support that they will need, if it's a tutor, if it's making sure they are able to actually get to campus or have this actual class offered on campus, we want to make sure that we're not having one person stand between a student and their opportunities. Outside of removing the principal's recommendation, the bill also would clarify that students only have to complete one application. You only have to do one in order to take advantage of any courses that your school has agreed to offer through their CCAP agreement. That was a barrier that came up, just as far as signing up, getting the information to families, doing the outreach. Let's make it simple and allow for students to only complete one application. And then outside of that, it does include some more cleanup in regards to some of the language in the current code, which doesn't really match. So currently it says 4 community college courses, but we know those courses can have different units. So we are just reverting back to the 15 unit limit. And then outside of that, it's also streamlining some of that data that's really helpful in order to, again, push for more investments when it comes to CCAP and dual enrollment. So we're going to make sure that we're able to track exactly what courses students are taking, what pathways are being set up, and again, how can we take that in order to invest in more creative partnerships across our different school systems. Next slide. So How can we partner moving forward? First, we can partner to expand universal student access to CCAP and dual enrollment to give students who are underrepresented or not college bound the opportunity to be familiar with navigating the system, but also cutting costs to make college more affordable. So, while California has made tremendous progress, as Jaime mentioned, there are still significant gaps in access and participation across regions, student groups, and school systems. Again, the data continues to show that many students who would benefit most from dual enrollment are still not being reached consistently. Second, we can advance universal FAFSA and CADA completion for community college students. The challenge is that too many students learn about financial aid too late or never receive clear information at all. And when that happens, college can feel financially out of reach, even when support is available. And third, we can establish dual enrollment, academic and financial aid safeguards so that we can ensure that participation in dual enrollment does not create unintended barriers for students later in their higher education journey. So, as conversations continue around dual enrollment, we need to include financial aid in our budget and policy decisions. Together, they help students and families see a clear, more affordable path to college by giving them early access to college credit and the financial tools they need to complete their academic journey. The progress we've seen over the years around dual enrollment has been amazing. And the investments this year are a powerful affirmation that California believes in this work. Now, our responsibility is to build on the momentum to move from success stories to sustainable systems, from models of excellence to statewide opportunity, and from expanded access to truly equitable outcomes for every California student. So with that, I will turn it back over to Jaime to facilitate any Q&A.
Next slide, please. Again, we have very high hopes, y'all. We had a whole engagement process. The commissioner's gonna get a chance to go up and talk to somebody. But for the sake of time, we also want to hear from our CSU partners. And I heard some grumbling stomachs as I was walking up here. We're gonna cut this out. But I think the last thing that we'll end with before we go into Q&A is, we hope to carry forward this conversation. Hopefully it's just the first, not the last. And look forward to the opportunity for CSAC and EdTrust to work together to remove these barriers and expand access to education and financial aid for the students across our state. Again, we welcome follow-up conversation from the staff, and EdTrust West stands ready to contribute research, policy expertise, community perspectives, and implementation support that moves this work forward.
Any questions from our commissions? For EdTrust West?
I have a lot of thoughts and questions. I'm gonna keep it really short because I know there's lunch time. One, I'm originally from Texas and it has had, right, that was my experience working higher in Texas. Texas has been doing dual enrollment for 20 plus years now. And doing it just very differently, right? I mean, it's things like making sure credentialing high school teachers to be considered to meet minimal, or those who meet minimal qualifications to be able to teach, right? And I know that we have there are some additional barriers. That's what I'm going to say. I'm President Lisa Cardoso, President of American River College. We have a tremendous dual enrollment program. We have schools knocking on our door wanting more. And right now, the issue for us is being able to provide the classes, given some of the limitations that we have. And Chris and I were just texting about it, right, with unfunded growth for the colleges, right? So I love the advocacy work. We can take this conversation a little bit outside some more, but thank you so much for presenting and for your advocacy. Both my boys have benefited, one in Texas from dual enrollment to finish about 24 units and was able to go on to the University of Texas San Antonio, start, and pace himself a little better. My second son during COVID, was in high school and really suffered from math loss learning, and didn't graduate A through G, and was considering some other options, not even college, which hurt me to my soul. but he took a dual enrollment course his senior year, and it was like history of rock and roll, which opened his eyes to just the options and the opportunity. And he is a student at River College now. So I'm a huge proponent and would love to continue to help advocate for this important work.
Thank you, Commissioner Cardoso. And then American River is it Twin Rivers?
Twin Rivers, there's several.
Okay.
Sometimes unified, or it's a large.
Okay.
Any questions or comments?
Go ahead, Commissioner, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm gonna put my thoughts.
So very great comment as we think about dual enrollment, because again, we have, one system and we've got multiple partners in this space. Just thinking about financial aid opportunities through UC Scout or through CSUs. I forget what they call them, but they have a version of dual enrollment as well. Just making sure that as we think about financial aid and getting students to sign up, that we think about that universal approach.
To add to that, I think, for example, Cal Baptist University, they offer courses for private institutions are doing this as well, and giving our students the first 1 or 2 courses, entry courses for free. So we have many of our students taking dual enrollment in one class through Cal Baptist University, for example. So our private schools are also jumping into the conversation as well. Please.
One day we'll get 100%.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks. So this is kind of, it's like 2 questions. So I know at like some of the campuses, like some of the dual enrollment programs, they are more like themed, like for if there is a say institutional. I know, for example, like for us, it's like criminal justice. And we also have some that are more, I want to say it's with the restaurant industry, right? So in addition to those specific and customized pathways, how can we better utilize the adult education centers that are on or near those high schools? So how can we better utilize those facilities, say maybe to deal with the general ed education? So let's just say for example, if there's a student, I do not want to do the criminal justice, but I'm interested. I want to transition to a 4-year university, but I'm not interested in the criminal justice. How can we better utilize the adult education program that is on my campus or that's affiliated with my high school campus to take those general ed classes if I want to study something else that is outside of that? You understand what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I do understand what you're saying in regards to what's different or what's available for students who do not
Yes.
want to participate specifically through CCAP or the more highly structured ones. And I think going back to what you're sharing is that less structured approach, but again, getting that information to students to know that that is available to them
Yes.
and their families.
Right.
And I think from our perspective, and we have toolkits on like dual enrollment and whatnot, I think it's just more about getting that information again to those families and letting them know it's a possibility.
Yes.
But I'll pass it. I don't know if I may have anything.
If I may, before you, if I may, just to say, because that could be looking at, and I don't know, because you guys only covered like 2 of the barriers. I don't know if that was another barrier that was like on the bingo card, but we're talking about like messaging, right? And like what people hear. So you think, okay, dual enrollment on my particular campus is criminal justice. But what if I don't want to study criminal justice? What if I want to be a teacher? What if I want to go into the healthcare field? Or like I said, into like the culinary arts? That was the other one I'm thinking about with the restaurant. So if I'm hearing that, how do I know that I can still participate in the dual enrollment because you're talking about like the basic general ed that's gonna get me when I graduate now, I get to go and apply to a 4-year institution. So, I'm sorry, please.
I mean, I want to give Denise a chance to, I don't know if Denise, if you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think one of the things that we wanted to emphasize too is around like developing different pathways to support like students, both like career and college exploration to support them. So I think multiple pathways, like we want to make sure that they're high quality, Jaime was sharing around like the data and the research and ensuring that they're supporting students with their exploration of like college and career. So yes, completely agree.
I guess to follow up on that, EdTrust does have some practitioner guides on not just for practitioners, but also students and families on how to communicate dual enrollment in a very simple, non-jargon way across a lot of different populations. And I think the last thing I'll say is I've been doing some interviews with Bay Area Community College dual enrollment practitioners, and this is something that they bring up. It's like policies create systems, but people are the ones who bring it to life, right? So, and oftentimes, especially at the community college system, they're already at over capacity. And there's a lot of human and physical capital that goes into all of this. So when I was talking to the practitioners, they're like, well, sometimes like the districts that we partner with come with us on what classes they want. And then it needs to go through the approval process to the school. And then if the dean is like, we don't have the capacity, but I can't spare another professor, then that gets shut down. Right. So I think a lot of these conversations come back down to one, are we centering students or are we centering compliance? Those are two different things. Oftentimes they overlap. And then two, the capacity issue is like, I'm sure that a lot of colleges would love to have every single pathway for dual enrollment. But a lot of the times they're like, this is enough of the Band-Aid, or we're able to use our money, or I've been trying to pass this like I don't know, geometry or a different astrology, for example, through this department, but they just don't have the capacity for it. And the last thing I will say is, I mean, at Edgeworth West, we've harped on dual enrollment, specifically CCAP, because of the racial equity implications that research has shown it has. That being said, any student can go to a community college and enroll. So students don't have to take the CCAP practice. Oftentimes we struggle for that because they're first generation students. There's just like, we don't want you to just use up your credits. All of a sudden you go in, it might impact the flexibility down the line. So it's like this interesting, that's why I was like, dual enrollment is just an umbrella term. Every college does this very similarly or different. It's just more so like, these are the buffet of opportunities you have. Like, what do you want to eat?
Right. Thank you. I want to, before we move on to our CSU presenter, I know we have to catch a flight, so please stay with us as long as you can, and things, it's so good to see you. I echo what Commissioner Cardoza said. I think we have to have a continued conversation just on dual enrollment, and I'll share that with you because as someone, I mean, I've been a data lead. Dual enrollment is not leading to more students going to college in Riverside County. Right, and I think we need to really spend more time on that return on investment. So in 2022, I had 9,546 students complete a dual enrollment or concurrent enrollment class, right? And that year we had, based on National Student Clearinghouse data, so verified data, not self-reporting, 56.2% of students enrolled in college. Then in 2024, we had 15,542 students complete a course. So we're like, yeah, we did it, all these students, right? We only jumped not even 0.2% in college enrollment. It would take about 930 students. We graduated about 31,000 students in Riverside County. 930 students would have gave us a 3% bump. We didn't even get a 1% bump. Yet we had another 6,000 students complete a course. We have thousands of students in our state that have completed a dual enrollment class, and they're not enrolled in any post-secondary. And I think, I just feel like we have to spend more time digging deeper into that data. What I found as I've dug deeper into my own counties, I can only speak for my students in my 23 school districts. We're serving the same student we were already serving that was already going to college. We're giving it to the same student that was already on track for A through G, the same student that was already going, and we didn't really meet the mission to capture that one student like Commissioner Cardoza said for her son. And I think we gotta go deeper into the data of dual enrollment completion and who it's serving. I know you mentioned it. But like I said, that's a lot of money, a lot of resources, a lot of strain on our community colleges. And they didn't even yield back to their campuses. And I think we got a backwards map where we're at the last 5 years. And did it yield the results we, and like I said, this is National Student Clearinghouse data. This isn't even in California. This is national. They didn't end up in. And I think what's the barriers there? So I just love, I mean, I love working with you all. I know we're gonna dig deeper with us. But I think when we go to advocate for this, we have to be able to also, how are we gonna address those pieces? And I think some of the legislation mentioned will help, but I do think some of it, I feel like, can I get some of that money to just work with the academic senates, because there's still conversations there that they're not ready. So in my county, we're serving the same AP student. They're not taking AP now, they're taking dual enrollment. It's the same stuff. So, but thank you so much. That's real numbers. I can meet with you offline and show you. But I just want to say thank you for the mission is there, and it does help so many students realize their potential, but there's something missing that we gotta figure out. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. I know commissioners are probably hungry, the audience is hungry, but I do want to respect the time of Dr. Romo to come up and share with us her portion, and then we'll go into questions, Q&A when we come back from lunch.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to come today and couldn't have done all of this work without Chair Fuentes, so I will be referencing her a couple times in this presentation. Next slide, please. So today I just wanted to provide an overview of what direct admissions is, talk a little bit about where we have been with direct admissions and where we are going. Also talk about some lessons learned, and then where are there some opportunities for support and partnership with the California Student Aid Commission. And I know we are running short on time, so we'll see how much time we have for discussion, or it might be after lunch, it sounds like. Next slide. So in the perspective today of the CSU and our state, direct admissions is really where the CSU is making a proactive offer of admissions to any student who is eligible for the CSU. I'm going to talk a little bit more details about how we're approaching this. And it's up to the student whether or not they choose to initiate next steps. And the next step for us today in direct admissions is that students would apply to the CSU so that they could tell us what campuses they're interested in and provide their information on their admissions eligibility. Next slide. So for fall 25 and fall 26, we have been doing direct admissions. So we actually started this in the fall of 24. So with admission cycles and universities, we're running almost a year ahead of time. Next slide. So our first partnership was with the Riverside County Office of Education and their 23 districts. We put students into two groups. So one was students that were clearly eligible for the CSU, so they were on track to meet A through G and the GPA requirements. And we included in this first pilot 10 campuses. The 10 campuses were chosen because they had enrollment capacity as well as local campuses to the Riverside County students. We also included a second group of students, which we called the Doors Open. And these were students who were close to being CSU eligible or on track for A through G. So these mailers actually created a lot of conversation with students and families. Some students didn't realize they were eligible to go to a four-year university. On the flip side, we had students and families that did not realize that they were not on track already. So these were mailers that were sent, they're actually rather large, and they were sent directly to students and families because we wanted parents to see them. Next slide. I'm going to play a short video. You may know that part of our work has been funded by a Lumina grant called the Great Admissions Redesign. They actually went out to Riverside County and did some interviews, and this is a student. We're just going to play about a minute and a half, but I think it's important to hear the student's voice. Maybe we're not going to get it. Let's read it. We can read it.
Getting into Cal State University San Bernardino is much simpler these days. This nationally recognized university is taking a proactive approach to college admissions. Since being accepted here, Milana Wagoner walks to classes with confidence about her future, a feeling of optimism she didn't have in high school.
In the this chapter, we're going to go over the types of proposition and techniques for analyzing propositions.
Wagoner loves her critical thinking through argument class here. It's a smaller class in which Wagoner and her peers engage in lively discussions, and it's a class in which she isn't afraid to make a mistake.
I was always an honor roll kid, but after COVID, I definitely struggled a lot, like most. So I just kind of put myself down a lot. I stopped trying, and I was like, okay, well, if it's not gonna be perfect, why even bother do it? So in my high school, it was very small. It was very, very hard to fit in, to try, to learn, to grow. But with the people that helped me learn about this university, and when I came here for orientation and I actually got to talk to people here, I was like, okay, so not everything's against me. I think I'm gonna be fine. I am very grateful that people are believing in me, or that the world believes in me, so it's easier.
Wagoner is one of the 12,000.
So I think it was important what she said, that the world believes in me, and that this was a program that really helped her see her potential. Next slide. So for fall 25, we did a lot of work with the Riverside County Office of Education. Not only did we send mailers to students in the fall, we followed up with financial aid information and some is college worth it information. We've talked earlier, I've heard a lot of discussion about the ROI. We sent that information, both English and Spanish, to the families as a follow-up. As the first results for Riverside County, we saw a 22% increase in the number of students who started applications, a 15% increase in the number of students who applied and were admitted, and a 3.6% increase in the number of students who actually attended a CSU in the fall. So this has motivated us with some lessons learned and also some of the things that we put in place for fall 26. And as we move forward statewide with admissions, with direct admissions. Next slide. So for fall 26, of course, we continued our partnership with Riverside County. And one of the other things that we did was piloted some CSU affordability and financial aid training for counselors and the Riverside Cal SOAP coaches as well. We wanted to help students and families understand, so counselors and Cal SOAP coaches needed to understand what financial aid award letters mean when they are received by families. One of the things that we've seen with FAFSA simplification is that the application process is easier for a lot of students, but they don't actually understand what it means when they get that award letter. So we really wanted to make sure that students understood what that means. We also expanded direct admissions to over 20 districts. So we were at about 43 districts, including Riverside County. We sent over 50,000 mailers for fall 26 admissions. We also made sure that one of the other things that we have seen is a lot of CSU campuses creating local programs around direct and guaranteed admissions. You actually heard Chancellor Smith talk about how they're working with guaranteed admissions at the transfer level with San Diego State. The other thing that we have seen through this program is actually an expansion of dual enrollment within the CSU. We have a lot of campuses in the CSU that have had long-standing dual enrollment programs, but through some of these local conversations and partnerships, we've seen an expansion of that. And so our CSU campuses do not get dual enrollment funding. So they're trying to find ways to finance this. Cal State San Marcos is actually doing it through some grant funding. So we're also looking for ways for dual enrollment to be expanded at the CSU. The other thing that we did was we expanded the mailers. Next slide, please. So we added a third group of mailers, which is for our Transfer Success Pathway program or dual admissions program. So the great thing about this, and one of the pieces of feedback that we received from the school districts, is this meant that every high school senior got a mailer and a pathway. So we still had the group one, which is the students that were clearly CSU eligible. Group 2 are the students that were close. And then for group 3, it was students that were not on the pathway to meet A through G. And so those students got information about our dual admissions program to the CSU. Next slide. So for fall 27, we definitely had some momentum through this project and through our pilots. And so this did lead to the state law of SB 640 that Senator Cabalden sponsored. Next slide. So SB 640 was signed by the governor on October 6th. So that meant, because it didn't have any language about date, it was effective January 1 of this year. So it did establish within statute the CSU direct admissions program, which requires the CSU to offer admissions to every eligible high school student who meets admission criteria by 11th grade and is on track for A through G. The other important thing that SB 640 did, which in my opinion gets overlooked, is that it did also extend our dual admissions program, the Transfer Success Pathway program. This program was actually based on pilot language from a trailer bill several years ago, and it was set to end. So we included this in SB 640, and it really is, we're starting to see some great momentum from this program that we're super excited about. So this program is extended till 2035-36, which hopefully I will be long retired by then. Next slide. For fall 27, we are continuing, of course, our partnerships with Riverside County and our current school districts that have signed MOUs with us. And then we are also promoting the program to encourage statewide participation. Unfortunately, with some of, and this is part of our lessons learned, is that even with the legislation, we are still in a place where we have to sign MOUs with school districts, but we will continue to do mailers that include eligible, near eligible, and dual admissions. And then we are including all of the CSU campuses on the mailer, so students know there's 22 CSUs, and that they are directly admitted to 17 now of the 22 CSUs. So if students meet the CSU eligibility, which is the 2.5 GPA, and are on track for A through G, then they are eligible for the CSU. Next slide. We are also updating, so the legislation and specifically named LEAs, but we have gotten a number of inquiries from private schools that are interested in participating. So we have opened this up to private schools that have an approved A through G course list. So we have all our public high schools, we have lots of charter schools that are interested, and then we have had already several private high schools that are partnering with us for direct admissions. Next slide. So just a little bit about the timeline. So we have schools that are have been submitting MOUs since we announced this program back in May. We are also working with the schools to submit a data file for us so that we can provide all of these mailers. And then also schools are encouraged to do annual parent notifications to make sure that students and families know that they are participating in this program. And then the goal is in September to mid-October, we will get all of these mailers out to all of the students and the school districts that are participating. And then we will continue to do follow-up financial aid mailers as we do in January. Next slide. So I'm not going to go into all of the lessons learned, but I think one of the things that we know is that this direct admissions is the first step in access. It is not a solution to the complete problem that we have within the state of knowing and providing information to students and families about what all of their choices are. We are very fortunate within California to have affordable higher education options, but we know that the national narrative that students hear about students being in debt, students having to pay $100,000 for tuition negatively impacts families and students in California. We have to make sure that we share with our students and families. From a CSU perspective, we are very proud that 66% of our students are graduating with their bachelor's degree debt-free, and that the students that are borrowing, the average that they are borrowing is around $17,000. So we want to get that financial aid, education, and information out there. We also know that state legislation, as we are experiencing, can really start the momentum, but it is not going to help us go through and remove all of the barriers. The other thing that we know, and Catalina's team knows in great detail, is that we still have a data challenge within our state. So it's wonderful that students are taking dual enrollment data, our courses, and they are meeting A through G, and they are using those to accelerate their college attendance and also support them in their college admissions. But we don't have a clear path right now to getting that data incorporated with their high school information. So it does require the school districts and the counselors to review these students, to look them over, to help us figure out what communication they should get. The other piece that we know is that we want students and families to get timely information about all of the choices. So how do we work with them with practical balance and giving them the information in a timely way? The other thing that we learned, and this was really through Catalina's hard work and her team, was that we had a lot of students, they actually did phone banking in fall of 25. And we had a lot of students, obviously first generation students, and I, as a first generation college student, would have never thought about this, but really helping them understand that students do work and go to school at the same time, and that is something that they can do. One of the things that we heard the feedback as they did phone banking is that students thought it was an either or, like they couldn't do both, they had to pick one. And so when they followed up months after direct admissions and we got NSC information back and knew the student population that we sent mailers to that were admitted that didn't show up, and they said, oh, I went to work. And then the other thing that I got a text from Catalina was, hey, we have students that went to work, they're very unhappy in their job, and now they want to come to school. Is it too late? And of course, the answer is no, it's never too late. So we have helped some of those fall 25 applicants become fall 26 applicants. So this is where some of that really coordinated work from a K through 16 perspective and this summer challenge that we have, where the high schools end their kind of relationship and we are trying to build that relationship early. We're starting to do that earlier in the process. A couple other things I want to mention is that we are starting to look at, we're almost finalizing a pilot for community college direct admissions. Chancellor Smith talked about that 1 in 20. As a first generation student who started at a community college, who the only person in my family was my grandfather, who said, you're going to be the first in our family. We didn't have this information. And so we have lots of students in high schools, 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, even middle school students that we need to provide this access information to, and then to our community college students to help them know that there is a pathway to transfer. The other piece I just wanted to talk about is that we also have attempted to do some email communications with 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. We're still trying to find a refinement to do that. But we also want to make sure that students know as they're in high school that this is a pathway opportunity. Last slide. Next slide. So some of the ways we've had some great conversations. Executive Director Gonzalez and I met before this conversation. Catalina and I have had some conversations too. So I think that we really want to increase the impact of direct admissions by connecting this admission opportunity to financial aid eligibility and support, making sure that we are strengthening data sharing and improving coordination for student outreach. We can also partner with CSAC for the CSU to train CalSOAP coaches on direct admissions, on CSU information. And then also, how can we partner to communicate and do text messaging for students as they are in the CSAC pipeline and as the data is coming available and student information. So these are just, I think, a few ideas to start the conversation. But we know that direct admissions is just the first step in the process, and we have to connect the financial aid and affordability and return on investment message to these students and families to get them to see that this is an opportunity for them. Next slide. So I just want to thank you for your time today and the opportunity to speak with you. I hope this is the beginning of a conversation and open to any questions or any discussion.
Anybody else? Again, thank you for the presentation today. I just would like to clarify. So you said that the transfer pathway from community college to the CSU, that's in a that's a pilot program right now, or?
It is no longer, well, the direct admissions.
Yes.
Yes, we are actually we are in the middle of finalizing an agreement with a community college district to pilot direct admissions for community college students. But the transfer success pathway program is now in legislation through SB 640.
Okay, and also my second point of the question that I had, as you were speaking, I was thinking about the California Promise Program that that is existing with some of the high school students, the traditional high school students that are looking to graduate and transfer. So would this limit, like I'm thinking in terms of like the different CSU campuses, is this limited only to those campuses that are not impacted? For example, like can you speak on that?
Yes, yes. So direct admissions is limited to the 17 of the 22 campuses. So the 5 campuses that are impacted are not participating in direct admission. It does not, students within our admissions application, they can actually apply to all 22 campuses if they want to. So it doesn't stop students from applying, but the guaranteed admission is for the 20 of the 22.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Chair LaSalle.
Other questions?
Two, please. Not really a question, just a thank you for, first of all, including the summer connection. Because I know I'm in the San Diego area and I know our Cal Soap program does a lot with what they call summer milk. Because they do leave high school and where they might have been held by the hand up until graduation day. After that, the balloons are deflated. Nobody knows what happens to the kid. And then in the fall, when high school opens, they go back to their high school counselor and say, well, I don't know, I didn't go to school. And like, what happened? You were admitted and everything, but they didn't know those steps and no one really connected with him. So that's a real plus. And also the flyers that you showed where it included the maps of the campuses. I know that was helpful for me. I have a grandson who just graduated high school in San Diego. He didn't want to ask me anything because I didn't know anything. He knew it all. And when I did out where he had been accepted, including he didn't want to go far. But he applied to Portland State. I'm thinking, well, Dad, buddy, that's not down the street. And then we mapped out all the schools he was admitted to on a map. I pulled it up on a map. And I did the pin thing. And I said, this is how far this is. And he was like, oh, wow. And I know that really helps students and families understand. Because when you start going further and further out of California and according to what direction, you need some different clothes. You need extra money, for transportation and all. And he decided, I definitely want to go away. I said, we want you away. And we want you in a dorm someplace. And so he's not far. He'll be at Cal State Fullerton. But he can still come home, without a big hassle on airline ticket. But I think those maps really help parents and students understand exactly where they will be. I should all the other information on your flyers, but the map really helped him go like, okay, now I understand what you're saying.
Completely agree, and we actually include that map on every communication collateral that we have. Because the other thing that's always is it no longer is surprising to me, but most people don't know that we have 22 campuses.
Right.
So being able to show the 22 campus map and all of those options are very important for students and families to realize, just like your grandson who was looking at, I don't wanna go too far, but I wanna go away, and so there are definite opportunities for them to do that.
It's a small thing, but it's a major thing.
Yes, thank you.
So if I could just quickly tie it back to financial aid, and that is, as part of that process, do you include information about opportunities for Cal grants, Pell grant, FAFSA? And if you don't, what can we do to partner with you to do them?
Yes, so I quickly mentioned in the conversation that we do, as a follow-up to the direct admissions mailers in January, we send a letter and a flyer in English and Spanish to everybody who is participating in direct admissions. So anyone that got a mailer in the fall gets a mailer in January. And so that mailer talks about making sure you apply for financial aid, understanding that you have CSU financial aid as well as federal and state aid. And so that is part of that. But I think what we'd like to see, and maybe there's opportunities for us to partner, is to get more personalized in that communication. So because we don't get that information about what type of aid eligibility a student has. But it would be wonderful to be able to partner and be able to say, here's your direct admissions offer, and you're eligible for Pell, you're eligible for Cal Grant, and you might have opportunity for MCS. So being able to partner more detailed information about financial aid opportunities is definitely where we would like to go as the next step.
And I would just say, April, you also unified the award letter this last year or this coming year for all the CSUs, the language for all campuses.
Yeah.
What about that?
Yeah, sure. So we made a commitment as part of the Cost Transparency Act that so the Cost Transparency Initiative, which is a national initiative, we made a decision that we would unify our financial aid award letters. So we invested CSU funds in purchasing a third-party product so that all of our financial aid award letters would be accessible on a phone, as well as have the same format. So the information, and then we're also trying to make sure that we are showing students indirect versus direct costs, so that they understand what is their tuition, what is their required campus fees, and then what is student housing, what is your cost of attendance pieces. So that's separated out, but it's all unified the same, so that students that have an award letter from San Diego State, an award letter from Sonoma State, they look very similar in nature. And then there might be some information or details on the side that's customized by each campus.
Are there any other questions? All right, I want to say a special thank you to my good colleague, Dr. Obama, who is an extraordinary leader across the CSU in the enrollment management space. She moved through a lot of things very quickly, but a lot of things that took an enormous amount of work and have yielded amazing results. So if we could just give her a round of applause. Thank our colleagues from Ed Trust West and appreciate their participation and their sharing. And I hope, commissioners, that we will begin to think about innovation as the beginning of the conversation, as opposed to something that we get to after we are wrestling with a whole set of challenges and problems. Chair, do we need to go to public comment?
Please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Public comment for item 7 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at Cal State Los Angeles, 5150 University Drive, then move to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. With that, we have 0 public comments in Cal State LA. We will now move on to the virtual space. Virtual attendees, please use the virtual hand feature to address the commission. You will be called and asked to unmute. At this time, we have 0 virtual attendees with a public comment. I will turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. And I want to go ahead and let Commissioner know what we'll do. We'll come back to item number 8. We will now break for lunch. It's 1:50. Thank you for bearing with us and supporting us, but we have so much respect for our speaker today. We wanted to honor their time. So thank you for hanging in there. 1:50, we will come back at 2:20. So 30 minutes, get back 2:20. Thank you. Alrighty, thank you so much for the super late lunch and break. I appreciate all the commissioners and the CSAC team. I know everybody was hungry, but thank you for being patient with us. And I want to go ahead and jump to item number 8. Our call to action for advancing financial aid to fellow learners to workforce Pell implementation. And I'll turn it over to Commissioner Ferguson.
Excellent. I have a quick slide deck, and then we'll turn it over to commission staff. But largely, what I want to say around Workforce Pell is this. Largely, what I want to say around Workforce Pell is this. It represents an opportunity for California in multiple ways. It represents an opportunity for our students. It represents an opportunity for our colleges and universities. And it represents an opportunity for our employers. So what does that mean? Well, for students, this is an ability to access short-term upskilling and reskilling programs, get economic mobility. For colleges, this is an opportunity to look at your programs, think through our programs, and see how we can expand access to additional student populations, whether it's through a community college, extension, college of continuing education. There are multiple avenues in which our colleges can help students succeed, help see that economic mobility, and as was so eloquently stated earlier, focus on that mission of ending poverty across the board. For employers gain significantly because this will be one more connection to show students who have the skills needed for industry and to support their opportunity. And then the next piece that I would just add is certainly what is the Workforce Pell Grant Program, and that is it's around short-term skill building, it's career-driven in focus, it's around increased flexibility, so it's portable, stackable. How can we think through opportunities to help students achieve economic mobility over multiple years? And then, of course, the intended group, who are we really focused on with Workforce Pell, and that is generally working adults, displaced workers, those seeking rapid opportunities for reskilling, and ultimately those that are seeking economic mobility. So this is an opportunity for California. Next slide. And then what I would say, next slide. So with that, I will turn it over to our panel. But again, this represents a significant opportunity to support upskilling and reskilling opportunities, support students across the board, and support our students throughout our system of higher education and workforce development. I should also note that our independent institutions will also benefit in ways that they can better serve and serve more students to see that they achieve that economic mobility. So it's a real opportunity for California. And with that, I'll turn it over to commission staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Ferguson. Our presentation, we've had to pivot a little bit. We have some panelists who have other commitments, so we're pivoting in real time. And so what we initially had 2 different panel groups to address their perspective on Workforce Pell implementation, but to make up for time and also to honor the commitments of some of our panelists, we're going to have it be one panel together. That panel will be at the end after we do our part of the presentation. So thank you for being here. We'll introduce the panel as we have a singular panel now. So I'll turn it over to Chief Deputy Director Kelly Minister to walk us through the presentation.
Okay, so am I back on track?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So now you've had the opportunity. So this morning's sessions were wonderful. I know that there's a lot to learn from our partners and about what California needs to better serve all students and to reimagine financial aid and everyone coming together to dream and to take action. So you've heard from what our partners also need from CSAC to expand the reach and remove longstanding barriers to give opportunities to students who don't believe they can go to college. And I love hearing this morning the programs and advancing the creativity and progress that's being made through these new programs. This means that there is hope for the class of 2040. You know who the class of 2040 is? Yeah, yes, Commissioner Day, you probably would still be working. Those kindergartners who started, I was watching the news this morning and schools across the state are starting and opening. And so kindergartners, I saw a classroom with kindergartners. And I thought, okay, what class are they? They're the class of 2040. And the work that we're doing today, hopefully will continue to expand and to be more creative so that these students, and I'm hoping by 2040, I don't know, I might still be here. The class of 2040, if they could get a Pell grant or a financial aid award letter in their kindergarten year, wouldn't that be something? So Chelsea Fuentes. That's pretty good. You've heard about our dream to continue modernizing Pell Grant to close the gaps that exist today and why we need to keep taking those steps to continue opening the doors of financial aid to students being left out and forfeiting the opportunity to finish their degree objective. And this is what Workforce Pell means, the new Workforce Pell program is. You're gonna learn more about the program. And again, this is not a dream. Workforce Pell is a reality, effective July 1, 2026. And so it is going to offer so much opportunity for those adult learners, for employers, for institutions, our economy, our future. And now California has that opportunity so that these short-term programs, these students enrolled in short-term programs can earn a credential certificate and join the workforce much quicker to earn higher wages. So it's more than just the jobs that they're stuck in today. Again, this item is a call to action to advance financial aid for adult learners through the new Workforce Pell program and the implementation plans underway here at the Commission. So, okay, I'm on the purpose slide. Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Ferguson, to giving that summary on the Workforce Pell. And again, thank you for all the panelists that are here today to share how the Workforce Pell will impact students, colleges, and employers. So now, commissioners, you've heard about the benefits you're going to hear about the benefits of Workforce Pell. And I want to ask this question. So this, initially I had a paper plane on here. But I thought, okay, no, we're way ahead of the paper plane. So we have the shell of the airplane. And that, what is that saying that, you know, we're flying the plane while we're building it? So I was gonna ask you, are you ready to board the plane? And I think some of you are gonna say, no, you just heard me say that. We probably don't have the motor in there yet. So before you say yes, we're ready. We have pilots. We have pilots all in this room. All of you are pilots and part of this building of this program. We have partners. And so what we need to do first is before we start the engine, we all need to align. So we'll define the destination of Workforce Pell success and align it with the CSAC Student Success Blueprint, because we will all be landing on the equity runway. Next, we need to be clear about our urgency. We'll share with you how we are aligning the sense of urgency with a clear, intentional direction, ensuring that when we act quickly, which we may have to do, we do so toward the most important priorities, not just in reaction to immediate demands. Yes, Workforce Pell became effective on July 1, 2026 for many states, but we're being cautious. And as the state law SB 135 was passed 25 days ago, an additional proposed legislation is in process to determine additional criteria for CSAC to incorporate into the implementation process and guide our next steps. What makes this program unique is that we have federal and state requirements, which the feds gave authority to the governor to define program eligibility beyond the federal requirements. So did you all know that? Clarity in our urgency means we act always with a clear sense of purpose so that speed serves the right goals and doesn't erode focus, trust, which is very big for us, or long-term progress. And then there's transparency. CSAC has been a leader in financial aid with experience in building new planes, rebuilding old planes and different models, and delivering financial aid resources to millions of students over the years. And thanks to the governor, the legislature, our partners and stakeholders, we now have the opportunity to be part of leading the Workforce Pell program. And we are really excited about it. We know that it's going to be work, but we are really excited because we know what the impact of this program will be. We will be intentional building a program with new state responsibilities to provide financial aid resources for those adult learners who want to take advantage of short-term programs and as an on-ramp to other degrees with the opportunity to change their lives. Now, remember, these students that are enrolled in short-term programs have never been eligible for financial aid. That's why this is so key and so important. Okay. So over a year ago, you all know, you all agreed to the Commission Student Success Blueprint. Remember the blueprint? Yes.
Yes.
You agreed it was important that this goal was not only for California students, but for future learners, and to increase the share of adult learners receiving financial aid for high impact, short-term career training programs. We've been planning for this program. In fact, Dr. Gonzalez, I'm gonna say, we raised our hand. Dr. Gonzalez knew how important this program was, and we wanted to be part of it. So there couldn't be a better time today to on-ramp a new financial aid program that will serve a population of students who have not received financial aid in the past because they were not eligible. So also, how many of you are carrying around the impact report? Commissioner Day, I think you might have it in your back pocket. Ah, there it is.
That's the small.
So you can find this on page 14 and 15 of this blueprint impact report. On page 14, call to action. California lacks targeted financial aid for adult learners. And we're on our way to completing 2 of these. Check mark here, modernize Pell Grant C for short-term programs. We did that. And if you all know, it starts 26-27. So we're in the process of getting those students who are in short-term programs eligible for Cal Grant C. So reminder, September 2nd, telling students September 2nd, they can qualify in the short-term program for the 26-27 year. And then the other is the implement workforce Pell through a phased-in approach. Dr. Gonzalez she's a fortune teller. This is when did we do this report? Right? It was, yes, she's a fortune teller.
Yeah.
So this 26-27 year will open that door for these adult learners and for California to have the opportunity to reimagine and reinvent some of the programs to qualify for these students for aid and get them into the workforce quickly. Next slide. The regulatory, statutory, and regulatory authority, as you all know, HR 1, known as the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, created the Workforce Pell Grant. The bill authorized state governors to delegate administrative authority for the program. On July 13, 2026, State Budget Act designated the Commission, the California Student Commission, to act on behalf of the governor as the administrative authority for the Workforce Pell. Additional state guards, as I mentioned earlier, and additional state guardrails and tuition caps are being proposed under AB 1534 for student protection. So it's not fully baked, but we are working on and we're also working on the budget plan that we also were authorized $664,000 to program administration. So some of you are asking, are any of you asking why CSAC? You all know why CSAC, right? When we heard about Workforce Pell, as mentioned earlier, we did raise our hand. We were curious, we wanted to be part of it, we knew we had a platform, we knew we were a centralized agency that served all segments and all students. So we thought we had to be part of this. And so if you ask why not? As our centralized state agency, CSAC has a cross-segmental data potential, and our operational infrastructure can allow for timely review of applications and programs. Another is that we have an independent statewide role in coordinating statewide partners to lead targeted outreach. And CSAC can align state and federal financial programs. We have that experience as well to help more Californians benefit from Workforce Pell and reach more adult learners in short-term programs because we have a cross-segmental, student-centered vision and mission. Next slide. So expedite success. California needs to expedite success for these adult learners through affordability. With Workforce Pell, you can see on the left side. Okay. On the left side, the federal value added earnings test for these careers. And you can compare that to students just with a high school diploma. On the right side, you can see the importance of modernizing Cal Grant C. The first step into modernizing the Cal Grant C, as I mentioned earlier, takes effect 26-27 and allows students to be enrolled in eligible short-term programs to qualify. This aligns with Workforce Pell. Students enrolled in eligible short-term programs now have financial aid to complete their programs. This is why CSAC is leading. Because we want financial aid and credentials to be stackable, which means that alignment is necessary in our vision, and this will involve designing modular learning pathways. How are we gonna make this happen? Next slide. We're gonna make it happen because CSAC now has a role and a leadership role in this. We all know that financial aid creates on-ramps to social mobility. Access to financial aid programs can serve as a gateway or an on-ramp for individuals from socioeconomic backgrounds to enter higher education and ultimately improve the economic and social standing. There's still some gaps that exist in that. There still are gaps that exist in financial aid for these adult learners. And this is why this is an opportunity to open a door to allow adult learners to receive this financial aid. As we know, financial aid plays a pivotal role in enhancing social mobility. We dreamed a little more for Cal Grant C, and I want to keep bringing Cal Grant C because how it aligns with Workforce Pell. Because we wanted a little more, but we are grateful for what we got for the 26-27 year, and at least allowing the short-term programs. But we only have, remember, 7,761 Cal Grant C awards, and they're competitive awards. Thousands of students are left out from participating. So remember, many of these Cal Grant applicants, they don't qualify for entitlement, the entitlement program. We need to open the door, and we need more awards to be offered to students in these short-term programs for these eligible applicants. But again, we're grateful for the modernizing of the program to short-term program applicants. This first step removed a huge barrier for these students, and we need to open the door to financial aid. We align the Cal Grant C with Workforce Pell to allow stacking Workforce Pell for adult learners. A Workforce Pell plus a Cal Grant makes it more affordable for these students, for these low-income students to attend. So now Tay will share some examples of how the Workforce Pell works and what are some of the short-term programs.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Missler. So for my part of the presentation, I will walk through what does that potential impact look for a student, right? What is Workforce Pell? How will that transform the student's life? Then I will walk through what are some of the requirements of some of the programs that are eligible for Workforce Pell. There's a lot of misconceptions of Workforce Pell and what programs are eligible. I will walk through some of those requirements and then touch a little bit more about CSAC's role and some of the responsibilities that we will be taking on. Slide. Yes, I'm sorry, go back to the prior slide. So first, let's take a moment, just to pause. I need to pause because I was scarfing down my lunch. I just digest a little bit. But also to pause because this is a historical moment. Like Workforce Pell is a game changer. It is something brand new that has been introduced to the states here and also to the students that we serve here in California. It will change lives. This is a brand new program. And just to underscore, it is not just another version of traditional Pell Grants. We all know the traditional Pell Grant program that has served many, many students, but it's not the same flavor. And it's not like any other program that we have managed here at the Student Aid Commission. Workforce Pell is crafted specifically for short-term programs, opening new doors for students to quickly gain valuable skills and enter the workforce faster than ever before. To really understand this impact, I want to walk through an example. Now, this slide, it may seem like there's a lot going on, and there's a lot. And this is the complexity of financial aid. We heard it loud and clear from our student panel yesterday. The students just kept reiterating just how complex financial aid is, understanding an award letter. This is a component of that award letter, trying to just dissect it and understand what all of that means. So imagine a working adult eager to advance their career by becoming a certified nursing assistant, a CNA, at Mount San Jacinto College, a local community college here. Thanks to Workforce Pell, the student is able to enroll in an intensive 8-week CNA program without the financial strain that they initially had thought about. Unlike traditional Pell Grants, Workforce Pell directly supports these accelerated programs by providing timely, targeted financial aid tailored to meet the student's needs. Because of this, the student completed the program swiftly, confidently, and entered their workspace within 8 to 10 weeks, and now is making a real difference in their community with a stable career. This example shows how Workforce Pell removes barriers to short-term training helping students transition into the workforce more quickly and effectively than ever before. Now, it's important to note that short-term programs typically run at a community college about more than $6,000, with most expenses that are non-tuition costs or indirect costs. And we heard from our student panelists again, just how when they were looking at their cost of attendance, the one phrase I kept hearing was big numbers, big numbers. And so those big numbers can be daunting. But what we see here is that Workforce Pell will create that new financial opportunity for students that previously were not eligible in the past. Again, prior to the 26-27 year, Workforce Pell and Cal Grant C were not eligible for these short 8 to 14 week programs. Now they are. So in this example, when you see the combination of Workforce Pell combined with Cal Grant C and the California Community College Promise Grants, financial aid will cover $2,600 of their $5,000 program. And again, a lot of that is non-tuition costs. So depending on transportation and living situation, it could be a lot less. But this new blend of federal and state financial aid can now notably improve affordability for these students. Starting with the 26-27 academic year, more students will now have access to financial aid options that simply were not available prior to the 26-27 year, making career advancement through short-term programs more attainable than ever. Next slide. What's important to note is that as we have expressed, Workforce Pell will expand access to financial aid for short-term workforce programs, but only for programs that meet certain clearly defined federal requirements. Meaning that not all short-term programs will qualify simply because they are workforce aligned. The list that you see on the slide, it may seem very, very daunting, right? A lot of different requirements to meet. And it is, and this is very intentional. In general, eligible programs must be 8 to 14 weeks in length, include 150 to 599 clock hours. So there's like a conversion that has to be done. And also that program must lead to a recognized post-secondary credential with value in the labor market. At the core, these programs must prepare students for employment in high skill, high wage, and in-demand occupations. Eligible programs are also expected to support stackable and portable credentials, and where appropriate, create pathways into academic or degree programs. So meaning the short-term program is not standalone. It should lead to advanced degrees and continue to stack upon further education. Another important requirement is alignment with employer demand. Programs must provide the skills, competencies, and credential employers are seeking for both immediate job placements and also longer term career growth. Overall, Workforce Pell represents a significant policy shift, expanding financial aid access to short-term programs, but also placing a greater emphasis on quality, accountability, and workforce alignments. Next slide, please. Additionally, these eligible short-term programs will be held to clear federal and state performance standards. Those standards include strong expectations for completion, job placement, and post-program earnings, the value-added earnings aspect that Chief Deputy Mr. talked about. Specifically, programs must demonstrate at least a 70% completion rate. So students who are in that short-term program, there has to be a 70% completion rate of that program. And also after completion of the program, a 70% job placement rate. And then a satisfactory performance under a value-added earning measure. This framework reflects an important policy principle. Access must be paired with accountability. Programs are not being recognized simply because they are short in duration or operationally convenient. They must show that students can complete the training and realize meaningful economic benefit. Strategically, the goal is to ensure that financial aid supports programs that are not only workforce aligned, but also high quality, outcomes driven, and demonstrates valuable value to students. In that sense, workforce Pell represents both an expansion of opportunity and a stronger emphasis on performance, value, and accountability. Next slide. As noted through the State Budget Act and new trailer bill language was adopted to have the framework of workforce Pell implementation here in California. And within that context of the trailer bill language and in the education code, we have new work. Student Aid Commission has new work. We're excited for the work, as Chief Deputy Mr. also mentioned, but it's also a workload across the Student Aid Commission. More importantly, it marks a pivotal shift in our mindset for the organization as we take on the initial administration of the federal program. This transformation entails more than adding tasks. It calls for a new way of thinking and operating with heightened emphasis in compliance, reporting, oversight, and support. Being a leader in this role, we collaborate with partners to foster innovation, sustainability, and creativity wherever possible. This shift will impact the entire organization, our entire CSAC team, spanning policy and governance, program operations, technology and data, communications and outreach, and compliance and reporting. Successfully navigating this transition will require coordinated planning, system upgrades, technical assistance, outreach efforts, and continuous reporting. Ultimately, this will impact all of CSAC, as noted. This is the first time that we have administered a federal program and in a very different role. And so we're excited for it. We are organizing internally as we speak. But you know, it's only 25 days since the enactment of the Budget Act. And so we have been working to make sure that the implementation timeline stays on track. Right now, I will emphasize the biggest deliverable that we have been working towards, as noted in those prior slides around program requirements, is the application portal so that institutions can apply for their short-term programs. And that is one thing that requires collaboration across our entire agency. Next slide. The trailer bill also creates a new data role for CSAC and brings in new data into the commission's review process. Now, this slide isn't perfect, but it's really just to illustrate that when institutions and segments are submitting that application to us, they will be providing all of this data. Now, all of that data, all the different types of requirements that I mentioned in the prior slides will be part of what they submit for application of our Workforce Pell program. And it's really just to show and illustrate that new data upload that we were receiving at the Student Aid Commission. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to our Executive Director, Daisy Gonzalez, who will walk through the final slides.
Deputy Director King.
Commissioners, we just have 3 more slides and then we really want to hand it over to our presenters and our panel because we will be moving at the speed of partnership in the state of California. And I just want to highlight, if you're looking at the newspapers, there are several states that have selected not to participate. And so in the back of our heads should be that. Should be not just what other states are doing, but more importantly, the incredible opportunity that California has. I want to bring you back to the quote that I started us with. Courageous leadership is choosing what's right for the future over what's easy today. That is where we are here in California. This is not a big test. This is a big opportunity for the state of California to continue to lead the nation. It is not a perfect federal policy, but not only do we have a responsibility, we have the commitment and the willingness to see this through and to ask for a better partnership with future federal administrations. What's also really important to note is that California will implement Workforce Pell the California way, like it does everything. There is no other state right now that is thinking creatively about how they align their current infrastructure, their current financial aid, and can actively do it to benefit students.
Thank you.
Are we done? No. but that is a very good start because regardless of how sustainable that funding source is, adult learners need us. And that's the most important thing with this entire set of body of work and this opportunity. Our current governor sees direct alignment to the Career Education Master Plan. So Workforce Pell is a new tool to advance workforce in this state. Workforce Pell is also a new tool that joins an entire ecosystem of innovation in our state. The community colleges have been leading this work, and you're going to hear directly from those partners, from work-based learning, competency-based education, credit for prior learning, apprenticeships, non-credit to credit pathways. They have been innovating for decades. And so this new tool now joins California, and it will reveal to us opportunities not just for students, but opportunities for California to continue to innovate. For CSAC, that means we now get to serve the whole family. We will be moving from having adult learners in the shadows, students that we cannot serve, to sending them directly to financial aid offices, directly to CalSOAPs, directly to our regional community organizations. And it will allow CSAC to serve an entire family, from financial aid application to the workforce. And if we dream big enough, to reentry, back to education, back into that workforce. Why? Because that is what our community colleges and all of our colleges should be doing, as we heard from several different partners today. So we are building this in phases. The first thing you see on this slide is all the partners that we have to partner with. This is all in the trailable language that was adopted by the legislature and our governor. Direct alignment with CSAC now playing a role with the U.S. Department of Education. Labor and workforce agencies who have historic knowledge of everything that has been built in the state. They know which programs work, what are the workforce needs. Working directly with our governor and administration, our cradle to career partners, and all of our institutions and segments so that we can move quickly. That also means we need all of you, all of your partnership. I want to go to the next slide and show you the partners that will also be joining us. I have been leading statewide transformations for 10 years now at the statewide level, from leading this in community colleges to helping write the local control funding formula in K-12, and now sitting in this body, and it is a privilege. And what I've learned is that when you lead statewide work, you don't start with a work group. Work groups are for people working. A task force is short term, and that is exactly what I have done here. Since we have been provided a leadership role, we have launched a California statewide task force. Our very first meeting is on August 19th. I'm really grateful to all the partners that have already confirmed their representatives. We did not pick them, to be clear. We send an invitation, the partner organization sends back who they are appointing. And so those are the names that you are seeing on the slide deck. Next slide, please. I know you're wondering, so then what does this mean for the CSAC team? What does this mean for students? We are student centered first and foremost. And I saw a couple of you, your eyes and kind of some wincing when Catalina said, and CSAC only got $664 to do this. That's okay, because we are student centered. It doesn't mean it ends there. So I want to point to the slide that's in front of us. Mind you, this is a draft implementation timeline. Why? Because we will move at the speed of our partners. I'm going to say it again. We will move at the speed of our partners. But this is very aggressive and I think very real. If our task force can get this done in 5 months, we will be able to test pilot our very first Workforce Pell recipients this fall. So I want to highlight just 3 things on the draft. Number 1, a statewide task force on August 19th with a very clear timeline of 5 months. Opening our pilot application portal. You all know every time we open up a portal, we will find, I'm looking at Commissioner Robinson, 10, 50 things that we are gonna need to fix along the way. And so there will be some brave institutions that are gonna share their data that know exactly right now. In fact, the State Chancellor's Office, and you're gonna hear directly from Vice Chancellor Tony Cordova and team, there are actual programs that they believe are eligible. That means we have to prioritize them, because we in California will have a higher likelihood of not only getting the application correct, but hopefully getting some programs and students paid. The third star is emergency regulations, which means all of you. if this task force can get this work done, we may be meeting in November. Because in order to open up this program for everyone else, we need emergency regulations to be in place. That also means that as we are building this plane, as Catalina so eloquently highlighted for us, along the way, we're coming back to the administration, to our legislature, so that they understand what it takes to implement this. And so I ask for your partnership. I ask that this will now continue to be one of the things that we discuss in all of our meetings, because that is the urgency of today. So with that, I want to hand it back to Tay, because I want to hear directly from our partners who have been leading the work alongside us, and most importantly, are about to do a lot of work next to us.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. So we will transition to our panel to just hear the different perspectives from our panelists and the impact of Workforce Pell. So I know we have a couple of our panelists who have time constraints, so I want to just introduce them very, very briefly. We have Anita Lee, who is Assistant Program Budget Manager for Higher Education and School Facilities and Education Systems at the California Department of Finance. She's joining us through Zoom. We also have Dr. Nick Broughton, who's the Research Specialist at the Office of Cradle to Career. Anthony Cordova, the Vice Chancellor of Workforce and Economic Development at the Community College Chancellor's Office. Dr. Benita Hubbard, Vice President of Student Services at Santa Ana College. And then Ivan Burnell, Communications major at Cerritos College, and also his wife, who's also in the audience with us today. So first question, Commissioner Ferguson and I will be co-facilitating the panel. So the first question is for Anita Lee. And the question is, from your perspective and role, how do you envision the implementation of Workforce Pell for California year one and beyond?
Great, thank you so much. Ooh, a little bit of a reverberation there, so my apologies. So Anita Lee, again, I am the Assistant Program Budget Manager for Higher Education and School Facilities here at the Department of Finance. In taking on that question and having a chat with staff, we thought it would be helpful if I kind of provided a little bit of insight into how the framework that's currently in state law ended up the way it currently looks, and providing a little bit of insight into the funding decisions and how that matches up to the trailer bill language. So as referenced by staff, the 2026 budget includes $664,000 general fund for CSAC and $1.3 million general fund for the Office of Cradle to Career, or C2C, to implement Workforce Pell. That money is one-time in nature, and I will get back to that shortly. Also, I think as mentioned by staff, funding will be distributed after the Department of Finance receives and approves an expenditure plan for the use of the funds. We did that pretty deliberately in order to provide both entities, CSAC and C2C, with the flexibility to adapt as needed. We were in full awareness that the federal rules were changing all the way up through May. And we also wanted to provide flexibility as regulations were being developed, that the funding and resources could be used to match up to the staffing and other needs that both CSAC and C2C would need. So broadly speaking, the Department of Finance typically won't provide funding if there is also not clear expectations for how the money will be spent in either codified or uncodified language. And as mentioned previously, the fund source for these funds are the general fund. And from the Department of Finance perspective, we're also particularly cognizant of any additional general fund expenditures because of the state's just overall fiscal condition and the longer term deficits that we're kind of seeing. And so that's something that we are very conscious of as we're moving forward and making investments in particular areas. Leading up to May, also, we were very aware that there was quite a bit of uncertainty in a variety of different places. That included the federal rules and where they would end up, uncertainty around implementation, the number of programs that would be eligible, and then also the amount of money or the benefits that could be drawn down. So given all of that uncertainty, DOF decided that we were going to take a pretty prudent approach towards funding and also developing that trailer bill language. And so leading up to the May revision, our focus for the trailer bill language centered around providing a framework for implementing and supporting those key activities necessary to initiate and participate in the program in the meantime. And you kind of heard some of those activities mentioned by staff. There was full recognition that the particular details of the program might continue to evolve over time, but we were really focused on sort of what was necessary sort of in the moment. At the same time, we were also focused on being as cost effective as possible by maximizing existing state agreements and infrastructure. We wanted to be really cautious about not developing a whole new process, whole new structure when we didn't sort of know sort of, as I mentioned, how many programs would ultimately be eligible, as well as how much could be drawn down. And so I mentioned I would get back to the one-time funding. We also made the decision that the funding would be one time, but we were very cognizant and pointed in legislative hearings, and we acknowledged that the one-time funding was not a signal that we thought the workload was one-time in nature. We absolutely do appreciate that the workload will be ongoing. However, for us, we kind of don't know what that ongoing workload quite looks like. And so for leading that decision open into the next budget year, it allows us to really revisit the appropriate level of resources once we have more details to kind of guide our decisions about what a more permanent investment might look like. And so kind of consistent with those goals, we laid out the trailer bill language. I won't go too far in depth about the May revision language because that's old. But the May revision language, for example, made particular choices where, for example, private institutions weren't included. I will say that after the May revision language was posted, we heard from a number of departments and stakeholders about what operationally worked and what didn't work. We had lots and lots of conversations, I would say hours of conversations, to help inform kind of where the final language landed, which I'll talk about shortly. I will also be pretty upfront and frank and say that the final language doesn't make everybody happy. Some of the feedback that we received directly conflicted with one another, so it fundamentally was not possible for us to make everybody happy. But we really focused on kind of those key operational concerns that would really impact whether or not the program would be able to move forward at all. And so that became sort of our goal. So the final language where it ended up, it still followed the broader goals that I talked about for the Department of Finance in terms of making use of existing state infrastructure and being prudent and cautious about what the first year looked like. But key choices that we made is we did amend the language. So the final language does set up a framework for all institutions that receive state financial assistance. It makes it clear that the institutions that are seeking workforce Pell eligibility will be responsible for collecting, maintaining, and submitting the data, as well as for justifying initial and ongoing workforce Pell eligibility. We made this choice because there were uncertainties in terms of how some of the definitions might be interpreted. And in looking at the federal rules, it would be ultimately the institutions, if there was any federal penalty that was assessed, that would actually need to, pay that consequence if it was ultimately determined that that program was not eligible. And so we really wanted to provide institutions with the ability to make the case. And so that was kind of what framed that portion of the decision. We also really narrowed the type of information the state would be providing to institutions. And so the key gap there that we identified was the employment and wage-related data that was necessary to determine some of those outcome requirements that were laid out in the federal rules that you saw reflected on some of the earlier slides. And so because of that, one of the things that I mentioned, right, making use of existing state infrastructure. Some of our institutions do have existing relationships with the state through Unemployment Insurance Code Section 1095, data sharing agreements with the Employment Development Department. which allows them to get some of that wage and employment data. And so we did expand those uses or the ability, the authorization to get that information to cover Workforce Pell as well. For those institutions that don't have those relationships, we do have a slower pathway, but we've created a pathway for them, which is for them, they will be submitting letters of interest by a specific date, specifically December 15th, to both CSAC and C2C, which will then be reported to the Department of Finance and the legislature, so that we really have an idea of what that potential workload looks like. You know, how many programs are, how many institutions are interested, how many of their programs likely they'll be seeking eligibility for, et cetera. And that will really help inform state decisions about how do we move forward with making sure that they get the state wage and employment related data they need as well. And probably two last points that I'll highlight is something that was really important to the state and also the legislature involved data privacy protections. And so the framework includes some pretty robust protections to limit the sharing of individual student level or confidential data, but still striking a balance so that CSAC got some of the data it needed to help determine eligibility. And we also did require that participating institutions report their data to C2C in recognition of C2C's long-term mission and goal of being a repository of all of these data sources to help inform education-related decisions moving forward. And so that's really kind of what led to the language that you see before you. I would just echo staff. You know, we're excited to see how CSAC and other partners move forward with the implementation in the coming months. We recognize that it's not going to be easy, but we look forward to it, and we serve as partners as we move into the next budget cycle in terms of thinking about what level of resources will be needed and necessary moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you for walking us through the thought process and explaining the framework of the trailer bill. And I know you have another time commitment at 3:15, so I appreciate your flexibility to be on the panel and to provide your expertise. I'm gonna ask the same question to my colleague over here at the Office of Cradle to Career, Dr. Nick Groten, just on his thoughts in terms of implementation of Workforce Pell from his perspective and role at Cradle to Career.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. Before talking about the first year, I wanted to just step back and talk a little bit about how Cradle to Career and other data systems are thinking about Workforce Pell as a challenge and an opportunity. One writer referred to Workforce Pell as a state data policy, meaning that many states, including California, don't currently have the infrastructure to implement this program as described in the federal regulations, the necessary data, the linkages, et cetera. So we're looking at this as a nudge towards developing that infrastructure to be able to do so. So there are a few components of that. For example, in a few years, the job placement metric will require placement in a related occupation. This will likely require some enhancements to wage data to track occupation, which currently isn't done. We need to dig into the data and make sure that programs are collecting start and end dates so the completion rates are consistently measured across the state for different programs. That's a gap. There are a few other data gaps like that, and also just the collaboration patterns between organizations. If we need to, if eligibility is tied to a program leading to a pathway, there needs to be consistent ways of measuring that. So we're excited to be part of this. C2C is just one small part of that. But from our perspective, Workforce Pell is a continuation of work that we're doing that kicked off with the Workforce Data Expansion Task Force last year, which related to work that we're doing related to the Career Passport and the Credential Registry, which is an attempt to develop a comprehensive list of training programs in the state of California, and the linked programs to objective outcomes data. So we can have a consistent and standardized way of measuring outcomes for short-term training programs through PhDs. For the first year, our primary objectives with this work are to first work closely with the institutions that will be applying, so community colleges, CSUs, UCs, and developing data collection methods that are streamlined and easy and aligned with the requirements for administration of the program. We think there's an opportunity to leverage some of the existing data collection processes, but there will likely be essentially new file specifications for Workforce Pell. There's an opportunity to minimize new data collection. Some things we already collect, we don't need to collect again. We can just merge that in with the existing data. Secondly, a big priority for us in the first year is to work closely with the commission to develop a shared set of expectations around timelines and what data needs to flow exactly how. This isn't fully specified, but we're looking forward to doing that. And then, finally, the priority for C2C is doing some planning and architecture and design work to make sure that we lay a foundation to administer the program when a wider set of institutions are applying in years ahead. So that means mechanisms for collecting data from a large set of institutions, and also new processes for linking that data in a privacy-preserving way to wages and producing the outcome accountability metrics that Esau referenced earlier. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Dr. Broughton. I'll hand it off to Commissioner Ferguson.
Sure. If I could start with our student representative, is it Yvonne or I?
Either or.
Okay.
Yeah, either or works.
So from your perspective, do you have any advice on how this commission and our institutions should communicate with students about the new Workforce Pell program?
Yeah, so I believe that the best way to get in contact with students is reaching out via email and targeting those that are already enrolled in fast-paced programs where they could take advantage of not just going to school, but also getting a certificate at the end of it. I believe that it's very important to help those who believe that they can't get a better pay. There's a stigma that you can't how can I say? There's a stigma that you can't get a good pay unless you have a higher education, and I feel like this grant is a perfect opportunity to allow others to not necessarily quit their job, because essentially a lot of us have to work, but you could set aside 1 month or 2 months to further your education and earn an opportunity to get a higher pay raise for yourself. And I believe that another great way to introduce this to students is through orientation and letting it be known prior to them even signing up for classes, because there's this like thought process that from a student standpoint that you have to complete these 2 years at a community college or these 4 years at a community college to even be eligible to get a good paying job. And this workforce program will allow students to not just see that you could do it in a faster way, but it would also implement that this structure that everybody has an equal opportunity to get a higher education.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that feedback, and thank you for that focus on what this means to students and families across California. So we could ask just one quick follow-up, and that is, in terms of economic mobility, in terms of access, what will this outcome, ultimately, you get a grant, you go through this program, what does that mean for your family, for your community?
Well, personally, this is a little bit of background information about me. I was a carpenter prior to even going to school. I unfortunately tore a ligament in my back, and I was stuck in a situation where I had to figure out what was the next step. So, I was in a dilemma whether if I'm gonna go to school and hopefully get a higher education, or, just try to find a mediocre job, So I was left in a dilemma, and I spoke to my wife about this, and I told her, I was like, well, I don't know if we could afford college right now, especially because we have twins, so it's a big responsibility having to, provide for my family and also provide for myself and set aside time to get a higher education. And I feel like this program will not only help me, but help others that are in similar situations. And yeah.
So know that we believe in you and we believe in the opportunity that this program is going to provide for students like yourself, for your families. Thank you for trusting our institutions and finding a way to persevere to make that happen. We're very hopeful as we continue the conversation that this leads to additional opportunities for more Californians to really see exactly what you're saying, which is get into a better position in life, support your family, make a difference for yourselves.
Yes, sir. And then most importantly, like you guys said, this program, it's a fast-paced program, so you're not only able to acquire better pay, but you're able to achieve it in a quickly manner. And I feel like that's what's very important for, a lot of people who have responsibilities outside of just school.
So turning to Vice Chancellor Cordova, how can Workforce Pell Grants serve as a catalyst for access to high quality programs and further educational opportunities?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be on the panel and present. I'm going to go back and before I answer the question, I want to make 2 points. Catalina, I got enough energy in me to be considered the engine on this plane, and I love the analogy. So feel free to throw me on to one of the wings and let me be part of that plane with you. And and my second point before I get into that answer, Commissioner Ferguson, I love listening to the students and the perspective when they're on these panels. I just don't like following behind them because Ivan, you kept it so real and so practical in everything that we're talking about doing, and I appreciate that in your perspective. So thank you as well. One of the things that we start talking about, and I heard a lot of the outcomes and the potential and what the metrics look like for Workforce Pell as a whole. And we do know that it is going to significantly expand the access to a lot of our programs, a lot of our short-term workforce career educational pathways that do lead to careers. And I emphasize the career component of it because it's not just jobs. It is good. It's good careers. It's high wage, high quality opportunities that provide benefits and long-term like retirement assistance and stuff like that. So at the system level, it's one of the things that we've started talking about. How are we going to be able to maximize that impact? So I started thinking about this, and what we start talking about is, we need to make sure that we start to look at expanding the number of Pell eligible programs that we have. As Dr. Gonzalez mentioned earlier, that we've done some deep dive analysis on some of our programs and in our system right now, and looking at some of the eligibility, we have anywhere from 20 to 3,000 programs that could potentially meet the eligibility requirements right now. And we start vetting them down to all the different elements of the criteria that we start talking about. But this is also going to allow us to prioritize the programs that are leading to those jobs with living wage, and then look at advancing the opportunities with the documentation of the shortages within those sectors, expanding our partnership and collaboration with the Center of Excellence to be able to provide that labor market information that is relevant to the program and program analyses. It's also going to force us, and we should be able to look at integrating the comprehensive student supports. And what I mean by the student support, it's more than just your counseling component of it. It's really embedding that peer-to-peer support mechanism. It's expanding the financial aid counseling. It's integrating the transportation. It's integrating some of the childcare as we start to expand the support services for our students. Because several times we hear about the impact of what our counselors do for our students at the campus. And we've heard the stories. You know, my counselor was the one that encouraged me to continue on and persist in this pathway in this program. And now look at me, I'm successfully into this role. But it's just more than just a few of those stories. We need to be able to make sure that every single one of our students have that same message and that same integrated level of support and engagement. And that's what this is really going to be tailored for, is those short-term get you in, as Ivan was mentioning, get you in very quickly and be able to get you out, but at the same time integrating this level of engagement. I also mentioned the labor market data and the outcome metrics of it to continuously evaluate the programs. You know, in career education across the California community colleges, we have what they call industry advisory committees and industry advisory boards. It's going to enhance what that industry advisement board could mean and how it's going to align with a lot of our programs to effectively make sure that we are meeting the expectations of our communities and the industries within our communities. And then at the same time, ensure the equitable access is intentionally designed, allowing our programs to focus on what we've identified as historically underserved populations, which does include, as you mentioned earlier, in some of the adult learners, understanding why our adult learners are adult learners and being able to make sure that we have tools and resources that is going to support them, understanding what a first generation student is, focusing on some of our justice impacted individuals, our veterans, and then also embedding the potential opportunity for what we call VESL, as the vocational ESL, English second language, to help support our English learners as a whole. But ultimately, you know, the workforce Pell, it should be both. It should be viewed as both a financial aid opportunity and a workforce strategy that's going to be able to create those clear pathways to that economic mobility.
So what I'm hearing, you know, beyond all that we need to do for our students, is a commitment to do all that you can to work with the commission, to work with Dr. Gonzalez, to work with all of the partners, C2C, labor agency, to help bring this to fruition as rapidly as we can.
As rapidly as we can. You know, we've been working on this strategy, you know, for a little while now, and as Dr. Gonzalez pointed out in that timeline, you know, I say even before 5 months, we're going to be able to start offering programs. I know within our system itself, we could start submitting applications right now. We just need to be able to get that communication out there and then start to vet out what that process is going to look like.
Thank you. So, Dr. Hubbard, a couple questions. It's a two-parter, but what advice would you give to students that could benefit from workforce Pell Grants? And what advice would you give to your broader campus community about how we can support students in this type of endeavor?
Well, thank you for that question. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this critical conversation. On behalf of my president, Dr. Annabelle Neri, I'm really glad to sit here on her behalf. And I'm so proud of the student next to me. Oftentimes when students speak, I listen and I'm taking copious notes. So I want to thank you for your gems of information from your own experience. I would first start giving the advice to students to let them know that Workforce Pell is an investment in their future. That this is more than just financial aid. This is an opportunity to gain valuable skills, improve their economic mobility, give back to their families, and create a pathway to long-term career success. I strongly believe that the programs we have today are designed and ready to support students who require to have a short-term certificate or an advanced certificate. It's just a quick pivot for community colleges. That's what we do. We're primed and ready to support them. So I would definitely want students to know that we are designed to help them gain their job-ready skills in a shorter time frame than the traditional 60 units or 2 to 3 years degrees that they have been experiencing from this point forward. I would also let them know that this is a great opportunity for them to advance in their current field, to change careers or increase their earnings, and to quickly enter the workforce. I find from the description that you shared earlier, Commissioner Ferguson, that this group of students are truly our non-traditional students, and that's the group of students that we've been serving in community colleges for years. So we're very ready to serve this student population, but it would require us to redesign our infrastructure just a bit, as previously mentioned. I think it would also mean that we need to connect with our partners in the community. And so this would be an opportunity for us to share with those students that community colleges will be advancing that work and extending their partnerships within the community with employers. But I think it's important for those students to know, in doing so, we would need to design our curriculum with those employers rather than just for those employers. And that would be an opportunity for us to share with students that they will continue to gain valuable skills that are ready for their job, first day on the job, as we are partnering with those employers. I would also advise students to choose a program with strong employment opportunities. This is before just enrolling. I would advise students to start to explore the job demand in the field, expected wages and career advancement opportunities, and the industry certificates and credentials earned, and to meet with the financial aid and counselor sooner than later to get all the vital details in regards to their eligibility when it comes to financial aid, to plan with their counselors so that they have a clear long-term plan. That plan today of having a short-term certificate may change 6 years from now. They may want to know, what's the advanced certificate that I'm primed and ready to enroll into? From that point forward, they may want to know what associate degree is connected to this certificate, and then on to transfer for a bachelor's degree. So I'd rather those students have that information from the beginning with their counselors and not just do an abbreviated ed plan, but really look at a long-term ed plan so that that sets them up for success in the future. And then lastly, I'd just like to say that I'd like for students to take full advantage of the student support services that we have available to them. That area is near and dear to my heart, as that's the area that I oversee. But I do think it means, as a community college, we'll have to redesign our student service infrastructure, because these students with such limited time and they're working. So when they're on campus, they're there for instruction. And oftentimes they don't go directly to our student service areas. So it means that we have to do intentional work and go directly to those students. Even that, if that means having a success coach affiliated with those courses and that certificate, to make sure that those students have timely resources and connections within our student service areas, and also be flexible to have online opportunities for student services, phone chat opportunities for student services, but to have our office hours open during the evening as well. But I would want students to know that we are ready and here to support you, and we are partners in championing your success.
Yeah, no,
Commissioner
thank you.
Ferguson.
Yeah.
Can I jump in and add a little bit to what was just stated? I don't know if that was appropriate or not in the meeting, but I wanted to just add a little bit more, because what was identified is really, it's strong, and I want to encourage all of our colleges, all right, all of our systems, whether they're the universities or even the community colleges, is when we start talking about those strategies that were mentioned, is the development of those stackable credentials and embedding the industry recognized credentials itself, those IRCs that can be co-enrolled and co-offered as at the same time when we start to look at what those look like. And then to piggyback a little bit more about like the career navigation. What are we doing about the career preparation? What do we do to be able to think about the end first, and then reverse engineering what that could look like to be able to allow our students the understanding of, okay, well, you want to be this, or you want to upskill into this. This is what it's going to be able to look like and take. And then at the same time, strengthening those partnerships with your employers. It has to happen. We have to build a strong employer engagement model throughout our state, and to encourage that partnership. At the same time, when you're doing that, you can look at opportunities such as the pre-apprenticeship or the apprenticeship modality and focus on those incumbent worker training opportunities, partnering with your workforce development boards, aligning the collaboration with the different WIOA streams to help support the different individuals and entities that you have within your community as a whole. So I just wanted to add a little bit more of that. Apologize for.
No, for everyone in the room and everyone that is, watching today, I think what I'm hearing is our systems, our students, our staff, our communities, we're all committed to working together to bring this to fruition quickly and to make this a reality for our students. They can't wait. They can't wait for economic mobility. They can't wait to get a good job. We need to do what we can to serve them well and to make sure that we're designing it so that this is one entry point, but it's not the exit point. It's not the end. Whatever you desire is available to you. But with that, Tay.
Thank you, Commissioner Ferguson, and thank you to our panelists. I appreciate all of you for participating on today's panel. Thank you for your flexibility. I know we ran a little bit past time. So I want to turn it back over to Chief Deputy Missler, who will conclude our presentation.
All right, so, Commissioner Day,
Yes, ma'am.
come along, take a ride. There's financial aid, come in line, so slide, get about So let's get ready, workforce Pell. So we have a checklist for institutions. And so as Commissioner Ferguson has said, and the institutions are ready. And it's thank you, Anthony, for those were the words that you said that you have many programs was just as exciting. And I'm just so thankful for that. And I know you guys have been doing a lot of this work. So we're excited to get these institutions on board and then building again the infrastructure for that. So for institutions, identify potential programs, align outcomes with minimum federal participation outcomes, identify and document articulation options, map out on-ramps to other forms of aid, including state institutional and employer support, establish and support methods to track outcomes, as Dr. Roden has said, that we're on the way to do that, and then stay informed and support public awareness. So again, we've said that this is not going to be easy, but it is very well needed, and I think, as Dr. Gonzalez said, we need all of our partners to be on board. We need all of our partners, again, in the speed of what this program and when we'll be able to launch it is going to be up to all of us to make it successful. So CSAC is excited. I know our partners in hearing them today are excited, and thank you, Ivan, for your story and for your keeping it real and understanding that there are students just like you, many other students that are just like you, and we just want to wish you the best. And hoping that this is going to be an opportunity, as you said, higher education. It doesn't mean that you just stop there, but that you continue that educational endeavor, and we're all here to support you.
So with that, if there are any questions for the commission?
Please. Let's stand back to.
Right. I was gonna tell Tiffany, that I am definitely with the fantastic voyage. She will tell them about. Hope you all caught that. She did go in there. First of all, let me say, absolutely start with thank you for being here. We appreciate your better half being here as well. So thank you for being with us and sharing the specific insight, because that's really what matters here. Just a couple of serious points. One of the things I hope we are intentional about, and I appreciate our partners being here, is the data infrastructure. This is very exciting, but having read about this is a lot. And that's okay that it's a lot, but we need to be very intentional from the very beginning about how we're going to capture the data that is a requisite part of being able to move this in a continual way, in a sustainable way forward. That workforce data, that is not a small matter. If you don't have that coordinated and tight, that becomes a real challenge, not just for CSAC, but for institutions. And I heard our colleague at the Department of Finance saying that institutions are going to be trying to figure that out. I think we've really got to be intentional on the front side of that. On where is that data? How can we get it? What is the process? What's going to be the process? We're not going to know everything, and that's not my intent, but I think we need to be intentional on the front side about that infrastructure and the kind of staffing infrastructure that we need. And quite frankly, how are we going to work together with our partners? Because that will, I'm just telling you, from where I sit, that's going to be a major holdup if we aren't intentional about that from the beginning, so we can serve our students as best we can. Dr. Carver, I really appreciate your future planning. I think the point you made is one of the most significant things I heard. Because if we don't do that, if we don't show students, it's not just the next 6 months or the next year, we're not showing them, then we're going to engage in something that actually becomes another way to keep certain sets of folks in certain jobs and not giving them an opportunity to move into other jobs and have flexibility. So I just want to appreciate your point. And I want to thank you both being here. And I want to say for the record, President Neary is a graduate of Cal State LA. So I just want to say that out loud, Santa Ana College president. So I couldn't leave that. And then the last thing that I'll say is as we go forward, I think we need to just be mindful as we have this conversation as one California, that we talk in terms of us and not talk in terms of our segments, but we start to think about who has the actual opportunities that make sense for this program. And so that we are really supporting one another in the best ways, because who knows who's going to have it? Who knows what institution is going to have a program that's going to make sense ultimately for our students? So I think we're going to have to all work on our language and not default into, where the program sits. So thank you, but thank you for this presentation, and thank you to our team for a great job of laying it out.
Questions, please, Robinson, go ahead.
I have a question and similar comment what Commissioner Day mentioned. So workforce Pell is something I'm aware of it from other state agencies, labor agencies and other agencies, and I got an opportunity. I know a little bit about the the wage data, how ADD process is done. So I know I agree with Commissioner Day. It's a heavy lift, and I'm glad that actually CSAC is going to administer this program. And what I heard from our DOM partner was the first year is we are building the framework. That's what I heard. I just want to confirm, is that a clarification? Is that an understanding from our team? Are we building a framework? Are we building the entire program in the first year? And the second part is, of course, the data, right? We have to work with our other segments and collecting the data and the work. How are we managing this? How are the work?
So it is, so the plan is, because we do have the opportunity to, I think we have the infrastructure and we know what we are guided by with the statute and the federal regulations. And it's an opportunity for us to build the portal this year, 26-27, and to have a demonstration project with including those institutions that are eligible. And I think there may be 3 to 10 institutions, maybe this first launch, but also be able to put that in effect for the spring of 2027. So building that portal would be this fall with a plan of piloting some institutions to launch the program for those students this beginning in the fall, in the spring.
So we're not using an existing platform or existing portal to administer.
I think it's too early to say what that will look like.
Oh, is it?
Well, the application, so the portal, the application, we know what that will look like. The one thing that we have, what we have to do though is that's why we're starting with this task force for advice. But we have to have some guidelines and establish some policies in terms of example, some of the documents that will be required to be submitted with the application. But in terms of building the application, we already have a vision for that.
I just want to be same page, right? Because when I hear from Dov, they're referring to use the existing system. And also, only the framework was part of the first scope. That's the message I received from Dov. And just want to be in the same page.
I'll make one
Yes.
comment about that. So my understanding of the phased approach, essentially, the institutions that will be able to apply in this first year are institutions that have access to wage data already through their system. So that's community colleges, CSU, UC. Opening it up to a wider set of institutions, there's a process that needs to happen to essentially design a mechanism for providing that wage access, and then potentially legislation tied to that design mechanism. So that's kind of future state. I think the existing, when Anita referenced existing systems, she was in part referencing existing data sharing agreements between the segments and the cradle to career system.
So I think from the CSAC perspective, our position is we are building a new portal for the Pell, right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, that's correct.
I will also just note that on that draft timeline where we have to open the application portal, when CSAC has all the necessary requirements and documentation from the institution, the final approver of the program will be the U.S. Department of Education. So that's also part of the process as well.
Just a recommendation when we work with Dov, we have to communicate that we are building a new portal. I'm sure we will be able.
We have, yes, we have several times publicly. There are entire articles written about that.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Secretary.
I've actually say you literally answered my question with that comment. So.
Other questions from commissioners? I have one for you. I have one for you. I'm thank you for being here and coming out, and I know you're a little bit late, so waiting for us. Thank you to you and your family. And I think my question goes to you because you already heard a little bit about it. I get to work closely with the NCAN, which is the National College Attendant Network. They're very worried about this program because exactly what Commissioner Day just said. Certain students that look like me, that like people at this table will get trapped into these types of programs and then kind of get started and start working and get obligated to help the family, pay some bills, get in our car, and maybe never go back and do beyond what that program was. It would take longer compared to initially going into, like you said, the traditional 2-year, 4-year college routes. It's a big fear. They've done some articles on it, and how do we ensure that doesn't happen? So I ask you that since we are missing the gap. We create these great programs and we think this is it, it's gonna work, and then something happens and we miss something that the student that we didn't see coming. What I've been experiencing in my county is a lot of my seniors that just graduated, they don't see how they can go to school and go to work.
Yeah.
Like they don't understand that balance, and that's my biggest fear here, as well as are these employers going to allow you to, I don't take a leave or do something like I'm thinking of like military service where you have to guarantee reserve status and you get to keep your job while you do it. So so many of those questions that are going to affect the student is what I'm thinking about, and how can we address that? So I asked you that. What would keep you motivated to continue? What do we need to tell you? What are you looking? What more could we do to get proactively to say, hey, we believe in you. There's a great program to get started. It's gonna give you the salary you need, but I don't want you to stop because you're really smart. So what do you need?
Yeah, so as she mentioned, it all comes down to, having a mentor and, having somebody that supports you along the way, because there's just not misconception, but a lot of times college students feel like they're on their own and you kind of have to go look for the help by yourself. And I feel like a lot of one-on-ones, or at least trying to, counselors could perhaps have either monthly meetings with their students or even just, have life coaches like she mentioned. I think that would be a great opportunity for people to, see that you're not on your own and you have the support. And most importantly, it's wanting to do it, wanting to help yourself, because that's what it comes down to, just teach students that anything is possible. You could achieve anything as long as you really try and look for that help on, with your counselors or a mentor or even teachers, because my communications teacher, she really helped me a lot, and she made me realize that you're not on your own. It all it takes is asking, and I mean the help will be there for you. But yeah, most importantly, life coaches and mentors. That's really where I feel like it'll make the students feel more at ease, and knowing that they got somebody that has their back along the way.
I feel like what you just shared is so important because I think sometimes we think you're over 18, you're an adult, you got it, you'll figure it out. And you're saying like, no, these programs need to have someone that's their responsibility is to help coach you through, okay, now you're gonna get the job, now can you come back? What else is available for you? It's not just a one and done, here we go. There are gonna be more additional layers. But I think you sharing that, I think our higher eds over time are starting to see they have to. In K-12, we do everything for these kids. We call our babies, which is we're trying to get better not doing that. They're not babies, they're scholars, but we do so much for them. We feed them, we get this, we do that, and then we just send them over and they struggle because if they don't open their mouth, they don't sometimes get fed, right? And I think you're saying just because we're adults doesn't mean we don't need the life coach, the mentor, all of that.
Exactly. And I spoke with my wife about this, that there should be a bridge between high school and colleges, because it's kind of like once you reach high school, you're kind of, like you said, you're on your own. There's not really like that connection with high schools. And I feel like that'll be a great opportunity to reach out to high schools and get them involved with the process of transferring students over to college, and not just, ship them off on their own and let them figure it out.
So we did a Pell Grant Navigator. Hey, one program, you have to designate someone that's going to do those pieces. So, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Questions, please.
Chair, if I may, Ivan, thank you again for sharing your story and providing the feedback as to like where you were at that time. So at the time you said that you were a carpenter and were seeing incidents, you had to reskill and upskill. During that time, when you were at that early transition period, when you began to looking for future employment, your next step, like your plan B, your plan C, what do you wish that was in place at that particular time for you to decide like where to go? What could have been in place to kind of help you navigate? And then the next part of that is when you went and you were looking for the mentor. So it's like a two-part. At that time, what did you need? And then when you went to you said with the mentors that kind of helped you and other students, what could have having that mentor be of benefit to you? So it's kind of like a two-part.
Yeah. So well, when I had got injured at my job, I did I applied for EDD and I received the SJDB voucher. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that. And that basically just gave me an opportunity to not worry about having to pay for school. And it gave me the opportunity to they covered the expenses for my classes. And it was as long as it was a fast-paced program in order to get back on my feet and to find a new employer. So after that, I went over to Cerritos College. At first I didn't know much about the voucher, and they explained to me that this is a second start, you could say, to a better pay. And I mean, I've worked with my counselor, Dr. Fisher at Cerritos College. She's kind of like the one that kind of told me, she gave me hope, because I felt like I was running out of time. Like I said, I had responsibilities to take care of, so she gave me hope, saying that like, look, you have the options to do the fast-paced classes. I feel like you'll be a perfect fit for it. It's just a lot of hard work and dedication that you have to apply. And if you're able to apply this, then you'll be fortunate enough to either go on to UC or a Cal State to further your education. And that's kind of where I just got on board, and I'm trying to hopefully transfer to a university.
Thank you. And can you look that voucher? Does everybody know about that, what that is? It's a voucher?
Yeah, SJDB voucher. It's provided by the EDD department, and they basically give you some money. They cover your tuition to go back to school and find a better education.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Anything else around? Okay, we'll go ahead and look for public comments, please, on this item, Pat, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Public comment for item 8 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at Cal State Los Angeles, 5151 University Drive, then move to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. With that, we have 0 public comments in Cal State LA. Moving on to the virtual space. With that, we have 0 public comments from the virtual attendees. Thank you.
And before we go to our next item, I just want to say thank you again for being here, all of you, and for your time and for working with us on the time adjustments. And we're so excited to see where the plane lands. And I know it's going to be phenomenal. And I just I can't thank you all enough for the commitment. And I think all the ideas and being open to different departments, different agencies, all the what ifs. Like I'm already thinking of the data sets we want to see in a few years with critical career data pieces, the impact of this work. And I just want to say thank you for being here and making that trip here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, commissioners, because of time and flights to get back and Los Angeles traffic, we're going to do We're going to be for item number 9, our advance in the CSAC student success blueprint, tools continuous improvement and reflections activity. We're going to look into how we can incorporate this in September. I do want to say thank you, and I'm so sorry to the CSAC team for not being able to pull us off today. I know some of them traveled here for this portion. I'm hoping it's like when your teacher says, you can speak tomorrow and you get more time to plan. Remember those days? Because you were speaking that day, and your teacher says, no, you're going tomorrow, baby. So I'm going, yeah, take it another day. So I'm hoping that's the feeling. We're all happy to hear not mad at us, okay?
It sounds like it.
Okay, good. I appreciate all of you, and I do apologize. I felt like my back's been to you. I do apologize, but thank you so much. And I think it was so important. I mean, you always roll with it, and I just say thank you. We will definitely make the time. So you're not off the group project yet. We're gonna do it in September, but you get the notification. We're like, yes, I don't have to present. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pause there for item number 9, and then we're gonna go ahead and move on to item number 10. Any comments on items not on the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Public comment for item 10 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at Cal State Los Angeles, 5151 University Drive, then move to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. With that, we have 0 public comments in Cal State Los Angeles. Moving on to virtual attendees. Please use the virtual hand feature to address the commission. You will be called and asked to unmute. With that, we have 0 public comments for the virtual space. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 11. Any new business to be considered at future meetings? I know we talked about item number 9 and talking about in September, but I'd like to open it up for any future new business to be considered for our next meeting.
Will bingo continue?
Bingo will continue. Bring up the cards.
And if this is happening for you to read the statement.
I wrote down who said what.
Bring the bingo card. I'll do that.
That's a double bingo.
What's it less than the $5 gift? Less than $5? Okay, I'll go less than $5 gift for bingo. Please.
Yes, I do. I know on day 1 of our retreat, with our panels that we had and some of our students, there was some concerns that were brought up. Culturally, providing culturally customized materials, some type of support for our families as well as our students, removing and dispelling the myth that college is too unaffordable and that I cannot go to college, and also just some of the fears that are out there in social media and some of the space. What I kind of heard from the students is like some of them, they're kind of left to tackling this on their own, right? Or they are relying on their peers. And a lot of that is weighed heavily on our counselors and our advisors and our other practitioners. So what I would like as a future agenda item is especially as we move into our, into the new upcoming academic year, when we have like a lot of our cash flow colleges, our information and our sessions that are out there for students. If I could ask staff and faculty to kind of look, do some research at a program that I saw. It's Marissa's Way, and I forgot her if you guys remember, it's the twin girl that's on the TV show. I can't think of the name right now. Marissa Murray, the twin that's on, anyway, I'll get her name. But anyway, she's if you look up Marissa, Marsai''S Way, that's her nonprofit that she stood up. And she is partnering with Seeds of Fortune. And with their partnership in their program is like they're doing financial literacy. So I would ask CSAC staff and faculty to look at that model and see how we can kind of do something similar to our challenges with the financial aid, all the language, all the different acronyms, everybody else that's involved, all the different programs that we offer, and see if we can put something together to kind of help address some of those concerns that were mentioned on day one. And I promise I will get you the, I will get the actress name. I'm looking at, it's
Marissa.
yes, please.
Marissa Martin, and it's Blackish.
Thank you, there we go. That was the program. So she is the girl twin. She's the girl twin, and you know that she's, you know, that she was always sassy, always playing the pranks and stuff on her brother, right? You know, they're the twins, the boy girl's twins. Right. Yes, but everyone, you know, but everyone doesn't know now that she's a grown woman. We still think of her as the kid on, you know, the twin on, what's the show? Blackish, but anyway, she has done some amazing, you know, things in this space as a younger woman, as a young adult. And her program is centered around financial literacy. And that kind of ties into some of the things that we're talking about here, right? Because we're trying to help students get on. As I was reading her program, I'm thinking about the skyrocketing financial aid that we have where students are taking out loans unnecessarily, and those loans. But if we had more knowledge about all of our financial aid programs, then that can kind of, you know, dispel some of that myth and reducing that as an option for students applying and financing their financial education. So that was just one example. We could look into that. I'm sorry, Miss
No,
Commissioner
not
Maxey.
to just X out, but just to add to the fact that our students seem to remain the same. CSAC has done a tremendous job of providing a lot of structure, a lot of in-services and material for our adults that are before these students. What changes more rapidly are the adults before them. Counselors change, the students are the same, they're gonna be seniors every year. They're going to be college students every year, as long as K-12 does what they need to do to push them on. And I think that we have to always remember that it's the adults that need the training more so than new information going on to our students.
Yeah.
I think the student packages and whatever you want to call them are there, but we have to bring up to speed all of the new people that continue to come into the profession. The teachers, the counselors, the mentors, those are the people that I'm speaking of, you know, because kids rely on this. But if I'm brand new, I mean, I know all of the nuances.
Other for new business? Please, Commissioner here.
I know I spoke to a few people offline about this, but would really like to add something about formalizing and looking into our consistent drop in CADA applications and potentially talking about a coordinated effort to try to address that in a safe way.
I think that's the key, and to keep it safe. have we gone to the other end where we're just not talking about it, we're dealing with it on the closed door scene because we don't wanna call out
Exactly.
these students, but at the end of the day, we don't, or what are we doing, coordinated in a different light, in a different way, so
Yeah.
definitely.
As we think about the ones that we're missing, right, that's been at the forefront. And I was thinking about this coming into it, and then I hear Jeffrey as one of the first people. When we talk, and actually see the benefit of it and the fact that we're missing so many. I just think it's one of our more urgent needs.
For sure, I talked to Jeffrey after and I said, I wish I was going to UCR, so I'm like, got his contact information, and so I said, I need to put you on standby where if I have a counselor that's meeting with the family, I can't promise them anything, and so we're putting this base that doesn't matter what I say or do, I can't promise them, but all you can do is give them your perspective in your journey, because you're living it.
Yep.
And that alone could be to make them change their mind and say, okay, we're gonna try. And so how do we harness that and scale something like that across the state?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you so much. Please, Commissioner Robinson and then Commissioner Ferguson.
One thing I noticed even yesterday, the students, when they talk about the cost of attendance letter, even today, I heard from Chancellor Smith repeating the same thing, right? The cost of attendance letter from the institution that kind of little bit misleading, and that, so I don't know if there is anything CSAC can influence or not, or outreach or not, and if that's something we can take a look and see, is there any outreach or any communication we can do?
For sure, I'm hearing, but you were just getting further information from the CSU and what they're doing to help streamline those conversations, and that goes from yesterday too. Okay, perfect. Please, Commissioner Ferguson.
Very quickly, I will make that promise to our students and our undocumented students, specifically in this state. Our laws have not changed. Our focus as institutions of higher education have not changed in California. Continue operating and applying because our laws are still the same. And until we hear from our state leadership that something has changed, please, please, please apply. Apply for CADA, apply for our institutions, show up. We will operate under California's laws and will continue to serve you and serve you as best as we possibly can. And that is universal across our systems.
Thank you. Nicole, can you record that for us so you can put it on? I need that video too, so I can show my family. Okay, any other questions? Okay, I want to do it this time. I want to give Dr. Gonzalez time to just share any final words, and then I'll let any commissioners to say some final thoughts as we wrap up. Please, Dr. Gonzalez, any wrap up?
Just a thank you to the staff and the team who traveled here, and I think many of the items that you highlighted, commissioners, that's what that activity actually was. In fact, two of the items were related to undocumented students specifically in our campaign and how it's more culturally relevant and how we have had to use philanthropy to get that work done. So using excuses, not here, the work is being done by the team. And then I just want to highlight that the flowers there are actually for Melissa and a gift card. So Vice Chair Day, I know she's not in the room. Is she in the room?
Nope.
Rightfully so. She spent a lot of time planning this retreat with us, and we just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the CSAC team. And of course, thank you and everyone else who pitched in.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go to public comment for new business.
Public comment item for number 11 is now open. For virtual attendees, please use the raise hand feature. We will start with in-person comments at Cal State Los Angeles, 5151 University Drive, then move to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. With that, we have 0 public comments in Cal State 11. Moving on to virtual attendees. Please use the virtual hand feature to address the commission. You will be called and asked to unmute. With that, we have 0 virtual comment attendees. I'll pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 12 before we adjourn. I just wanted to take this time, I know we shared this morning, how grateful we are and how committed we are to our executive director for her leadership for today. I mean, just to want to get so many different stakeholders. She's really huge on collaborating and bringing everyone to the table. And she's not only doing transformative work for CSAC, but she does transformative work for me every day and supporting me to get things done. And how can I do this? What could we do this here? And so I think there's so many other partners and groups that she does work with to help them navigate as they're trying to, whether it's move legislation or move programs or move systems in our state. So I just want to reiterate again from what I shared this morning that we're just so grateful for your leadership. We're so grateful for your passion. We know this transformative work is not easy, and not everybody's ready to be at the table to do that work. And you know, sometimes accepting no is what people would like us to do, but when it's, as long as we're leading with students in mind, and that's when I can say anyone can challenge that we're not thinking of students first. Let's have a conversation, because that's entirely what we're doing, and that's entirely what you're doing. So I do want to give time if any commissioners wanted to share any comments before we close out. Okay.
Just another thank you.
Yeah, I wanna just wrap up quickly and affirm Melissa, who is, I think, on her way, but because that's how all this happened. Let me be very clear again. I also want to thank the CSAC team for coming down, the preparation. We recognize this doesn't happen. I appreciate you so very much for making so many of these things happen, for really a great meeting, a dense meeting, a great meeting. I want to absolutely affirm our executive director, who I have an opportunity to work with and learn from, and I'm appreciating that she is the leader that we have. In case you all have not noticed, things are changing rapidly, and I don't care what seat you're sitting in. Things are changing very rapidly within and around the work that we're doing. So that means that we're going to have the kind of leadership and the kind of thinking and the kind of movement that is ready to adapt and move forward and even get ahead of those changes. I think we have that in our executive director, and I think we have that in our staff. And I'm very appreciative of where we're sitting now. I'm looking forward to what it is that we're going to achieve as we go forward in the coming days.
Just want to echo what Chair and Vice Chair was saying. You know, it's amazing retreat. You know, there's a lot of work happened behind the scene, and of course, Stacy, you know, done the heavy lift. And thank you for bringing all the speakers and a lot of good information. And you know, we can see that how much transformation CSAC is making, and we can hear from the community and other people. So appreciate your leadership, and we're here to support.
Anyone else? If I may, again, thank you for your transformational, not just your transformational leadership, but also being a visionary. I also want to thank you for representing, when you say, or when we say, I'm representing all students. Those students that have traditionally been underserved, those that don't see themselves in these spaces. You have come to those students where they are in the margins. And they see you, and we see you. So again, thank you very much for being a visionary leader and for your transformational leadership. Because if we're not uncomfortable, we're too comfortable, then that means that we're not doing our job. And we are not achieving the goals that are set before us. So thank you very much for the challenge. And I appreciate everything that you're doing.
Just gonna add on, echoing a lot of what everyone said, but just thank you to you and the CSAC team. Just the innovation that you all bring, you know, from all your leadership. Your commitment to equity and access just really shouts out at me. But the thing that I appreciate most is your dedication to looking and finding those folks that we're going to be on. Right? Because those are always the easy ones to forget about. We can tout our successes for all the other things, but to be actively, invisibly going after those folks that we might be leaving behind just really resonates with me in a very deep way. And the way that you're pushing the rest of the commission to move in that direction.
That when our district had money, there was a certain population that was left behind. When we had money, they were left behind. When they didn't have money, they were left behind. And you're the type of person that it doesn't matter if the money is there, like in great number, we can do it. If it's a little bit of money, we're gonna pinch that penny and we're gonna squeeze it and twist it, and we're gonna still make it work. And the students that are not in this room, the ones that are in Like the chancellor said, his daughter's starting PK or something.
Kindergarten, yeah.
Yeah, and so, as she comes up, or he comes up, I forget what it was, but, they will benefit from the work that you're doing now.
Yes.
Now, you may not see it, because maybe you'll be retired by the time they hit this age. But, you'll be here, Dave. You'll be here. Yeah, the work that you're doing now, all of this will be there for those children, not only for the current ones, but for those coming behind. And that's what makes a difference, and that's a big, big, big thank you.
Just want to add, I know you said a few times you're a courageous leader, and when I watched the workforce Pell, I thought, okay, we are courageous, so thank you for your leadership.
And before we close out, Melissa just walked in, someone passed the mic to Daisy.
Where's Melissa? I need my backup singer, Catalina. Okay. Melissa, just on behalf of CSAC and the team, we would not be here, and I know we're all tired, but we were like, where's Melissa? Because I know that you made today possible, and all the days before we even got here, it was so incredible to meet the students that you serve and to meet you and just the passion that you bring to the job. We know it wasn't easy. So we wanted to thank you. So on behalf of the CSAC team, we got you some flowers and a gift card.
Well, it's very sweet, yeah, I happened to already be walking over here and then I got a text.
It's not more work this time though.
I love flowers, I can tell you that, so thank you so much, I mean, it's been a pleasure, such a really put a face to all the names I've been seeing on the rosters for all these years, so thank you, I appreciate it, it's been very nice to meet you guys.
You too, Melissa.
With that, commissioners, thank you so much to the CSAC team again, to Dr. Bay for all the work in hosting, and Melissa. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn our meeting.
I'll make a motion.
I've got a motion
Second.
from Belmore, or second, there you go, Commissioner Massey and Gary, and I will go ahead and adjourn our meeting. It is 4:14. Thank you so much, everyone. Travel home safe.
Right.
Yeah, a whole hour.